showing live yet.
Yeah, we are live now. Ron is with me. Hello, everybody. Thanks for showing up to the stream. Ron's going to help me handle the chat while I work. Okay. You got your volume on, Ron? Or is that me, maybe? Ron?
Yeah, I had to turn the volume down.
Oh, okay. All right. So, doing $20 head sketches tonight. They are not going to be of the caliber of what you may have been seeing on my daily live draws. They will be quicker. Let me get my other light turned on here. So, for those of you interested, it's $20 a head sketch. Keep the characters fairly reasonable. Like, if you hit me with Galactus, I may say no, or it may be cropped so I don't have to do the big wings of the air, so I can focus more on the face and maybe part of the mask. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Tater. Good to see you guys. So I don't know if I should maybe just, I figured I would bring back the red pencil. Hey, Ron, how you doing?
Doing good.
All right, perfect. Let's see, that light seems a little strong, so let me tip it away a bit. Because if I do it this way, it blows out the whole drawing. Hello, David. How are you tonight? Or it may be, let's see, if you're on the West Coast, how are you this afternoon? All right, so maybe I'll just start with a quick example. Most of you have seen, I think most of you have seen some of my quicker sketches, and but never hurts to, number one, do something new and also warm up. So again, like I was saying, the price is $20. They're 6x8 and free shipping in the US. Outside of the US, we'll have to guess, I suppose, on what shipping would be. These are usually, like if I ship one, what's the post office do? What's the minimum? I think that, I can't remember now, but if I ship one in the US with tracking, it's like $3.50. If I go outside of the US, I know I sent that one to Ryan, and I think that was around maybe $5, I believe, something like that. So I don't know if $5 would be across the board pretty good for out of the country. I think it would probably be okay. I don't think I'll get hung for $20, as much as the sketch. So I'll just start with just do a Batman profile real quick. And if anyone has questions or whatever, please feel free to ask. If I don't catch it because I'm working, Ron will relay it to me. And I will answer. So I hope everybody's Friday went well. Ron, you have a busy Friday, or is it?
It wasn't that bad. Did you see Eldon Cooper came in and said hello?
No, I didn't. Hello, Eldon.
And David.
Yeah, I saw David. got him. I know Craig said he would probably try to get in a little bit of time. And Jared's out. I don't know. And Pat might be able to come in depending on how late this goes. So
Tater wants to know if you're still taking requests for tonight.
oh yeah, the requests are open. I haven't taken any yet, Tater. So it is open. I was just doing a warm up of a Batman right now. So if you've got something you want me to get moving on, please don't hesitate.
Now, have you seen the trailer for Shazam yet?
You know, I haven't. I saw some of the stuff in production, and I don't know. I was kind of not liking it, but it seems like everybody else was.
I just seen it today finally, and it really looks fun. It looks
Really?
like a funny, enjoyable movie. Yeah.
I don't know. You know, when I first saw, I think they were like leaked photos of the costume and stuff. I almost thought like it was a goof. But you know, they can do a lot of stuff in the post production. So maybe what I saw was not the best thing to be seeing.
Ryan was also agreeing that the trailer did look fun.
Well, good. I'm happy to hear that because the big red cheese is you know, a fun character, and they should, you know, I think, you know, I have not seen Aquaman, but I have heard it was good. How good, who knows? But well, some people do, I guess. Those that saw it enjoyed it. I have not, so, but you know, Aquaman's not one of those characters I have a lot of connection to, so I guess I could let that pass. But on the other hand, maybe it's worth if it stays in the theaters. When is Shazam or they? Yeah, I guess they are calling him Shazam now, right? Because of the whole Captain Marvel deal.
Yep.
When is that supposed to be released, or when is it going to be released?
April 5th.
April 5th. Okay, so plenty of time. No, did the official trailer just drop today?
I don't know if it just dropped today. I only seen it today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Tater says he loves his Kirby-style Ant-Man. He thought he'd like another character from Avengers 1 cover in that style. Either Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor. You can pick which one if you're game.
All right.
And you know Zabla would say you do one heck of a good Iron Man.
I swear I must have did about a half a dozen or 8 Iron Mans that day because he kept pushing it when people couldn't decide.
Ryan O'Connor also then says Aquaman was a case of the really good bits balancing out the cheesy, terrible bits to make it a reasonably good movie. And Shrike 3000, he is interested in a Tim Drake Robin.
Tim Drake. Okay, I would have to reference that. I think he's not the one. I'm thinking of Nightwing. Okay, I don't know why I thought of Nightwing, but I guess because he used to be Robin for the long. Wasn't that Dick Grayson that turned into Nightwing?
You know, I am not certain.
I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure of that myself. I would have to check, and thank God we have the internet. Because if not, at conventions we used to have people go get a comic book, or
And read it.
well, actually no, we if we didn't know the character, it'd be like, can you get a book? Um, Now, if it's a character I'm not familiar with and I'm doing the commission at a convention up in my room or something, just Google it and I can get all the reference I need.
Ryan and Shrike both say Dick Grayson was Nightwing and that Tim Drake became Red Robin.
All right. And so I'm just, like I said, I'm kind of playing around, just letting you know kind of what these will look like. I don't have time to spend all night on a $20 sketch, but I think everybody knows that. But I want to make sure that it's all clear. And for those of you new that aren't subscribed to my channel, please think about it. There's no charge to subscribe to a YouTube station. And when you do, a little bell will appear, and that will be for notifications. And go ahead and click that bell so you can get notified for future live streams and other content that I post. And I would appreciate that very much.
Shrike 3000 just subscribed.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the sub. I think a lot of people, if it's not clear when you mention subscription, I think they think there is something involved, maybe with money. That's a tip I heard on a YouTube guru guy, is to make sure that they know it's free. So I should put that into my little pitch. And I appreciate you jumping on board and helping me out tonight, Ron.
Of course.
And I told Jacob you're gonna tomorrow or Sunday, whichever.
Yeah, whichever is good. Which game would be best to watch?
What do we got? What do we got tomorrow? Or I mean, yeah, tomorrow and Sunday.
I'm out of the loop. Google.
There you go. You know, it would kind of be. I was gonna say it'd be kind of fun to see the Patriots lose, but if they win, well, do they play? Is it that time yet? They had their week off, right? The bye week is over. The bye week is over. It's time to get to the serious contenders. Well, the people that had to bye now have to play again, but.
All right, so tomorrow we've got Indianapolis, Kansas City, Dallas, and the Rams. And then Sunday is Chargers, Pats, and then Philly, New Orleans.
What was the Pats? Who are they playing?
The Chargers.
That could be a good game.
Yeah, that'd be a 1 o'clock. So, I mean, if we do anything tomorrow, it'd be the Indy, Kansas City game, or we'd have to do something Sunday. I don't think I'd be able to stick around for an 8 o'clock game.
Oh, is it 8 o'clock on Sunday?
No, Saturday. The second game tomorrow is at 8:15.
And which one is that?
That's Dallas and the LA Rams.
When is the New England game?
Sunday.
It's the late one, though? you said?
No, it's at 1.
And they're playing Chargers
Yep.
in LA or at Foxborough? Foxborough. It has to be if it's the 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Shrike 3000 said you guys met at Louisiana Comic Con. He's been following you on Facebook since then, and he's thrilled to see this now. He thinks the Saints are going to destroy the Eagles, and it's going to be fun. Dr. Kaz came in the room, and he says, "Hi, John, and everyone."
Dr. Kaz, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for dropping in as usual. So, interesting. I think the Chargers have a good chance at beating the Patriots.
It would be rather interesting to see both LA teams against each other.
Yeah, that would be. You know, I think the network's probably got to hate that because they're both in the same market. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember where that happened again, whether it was basketball or something, but it was, you know, it wasn't like the teams had to go cross country or anything. It's like they were in the same time zone, and it just seems like not not a good deal for the league, I guess, or the sponsors or whoever. You know, it just seems like it's better if they're coast to coast.
Well, they're all coming to Miami this time. Whoever wins.
That's true. It will be settled there. But our team will only be like water boys, right?
They will be water boys.
Man. And the way they went out, not a good showing, losing by 40 points on the last 2 games. Not good at all.
You remember how the Dolphins had a chance at the Saints quarterback, Breeze?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they had a chance at some good quarterbacks, I believe, that they took a pass on. I don't know if it was just trying to, you know, that's one thing. Miami has always kind of invested a lot of money in their defense, and then they don't have anything left for what I would call a real decent quarterback. And defense, you know, they say wins games, but if that was true, Dolphins they've had some really good defenses, I guess, is what I'm saying, and you know they got nowhere. So kind of debunks that idea.
Ryan says he's a Cardinals fan, so don't talk about losing. Eldon Cooper's laughing. He says the same.
He's a Cardinals fan too, or
He's got a Mets. I'm thinking he might be a fan of the Jets.
oh, okay. Well,
Yes, he is.
yeah, anybody in the AFC East we have to root against. Actually, I guess if there was I take that back. No, wait, they're not in there. I was thinking of the Giants. They're not in the AFC East.
No, they're the NFC, and Eldon wants to clarify he's a Mets fan, but Cardinals football.
All right.
And then, here's our Steven, Patriot fan.
Oh,
Steven's in the house.
all right. Hey, Steven. How you doing? Okay, so after I get warmed up here, I'll start on the actual people that want to purchase one. I just want to loosen up a bit here.
So Steven would like to bust our chops a little bit. He is doing well. He heard the Dolphins are getting a Patriots coach.
Well, Ron said he would take either Brady or Belichick. Yeah, and I kind of am like, no. I think I really do. You know what? If they don't win this year, I think they should go out. Everybody wants to go out on. You know who did it right was John Elway. He finally got his 2 back-to-back Super. He chanced it going for the second one because he finally got that elusive first one, and then he did get the back-to-back, and then I believe he did retire right then. Right? He was like, "I'm done."
We'd probably do well with any coaching from the Patriots. Like, do their water boy have a coach? We'll take that coach.
Yeah, I know. It's just sad that I mean, I know the coaches get bounced around and stuff, but ours deserve to get bounced. Because you know what? In all honesty, when they had that 3-0 start, I just said, well, that's just cushion to to guarantee the 500 season.
Yes, you did.
And boy, that didn't even guarantee them that.
All right, so Steven's saying the Patriots defensive coordinator will be the Dolphins head coach next year. That's the word up there.
Well, I hope he can work some offense too, because like I said, defense is nice and everything, but the Dolphins have had plenty of good defenses, and if your offense can't put numbers on the board, then your defense is out on the field too long. And it gets worn down, right?
Do you remember that game? Manning was still on the Colts, and we had possession 3/4 of that game. The Colts still won with Manning just throwing all over us.
Of course. That's why I said that kind of the good thing about being a Miami fan is you just turn into like the last couple minutes, and they can be ahead by 31 or down by 31, and it's still a coin toss. I never feel secure no matter how far ahead they are. That's a shame to say that, but it's the truth.
David Turkin, he says he would be able to request either a Hulk or a Captain America, your choice.
All right.
Well, Don R came in the room and he said hello.
Hey, Don.
And what's your opinions on Taters? Because he was wanting either Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor.
Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor. That's Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor. Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor. I sound like a broken record. Iron Man, Hulk, or Thor.
David wants Hulk or Captain America.
Well, I'll do Captain America, and then that leaves Taters kind of, free to choose. You know what I mean? Because if I get the Captain America done for, it was David.
Yep, Captain America for David.
Okay. Now David, I have the and he can chime in. I have the Black Panther piece he bought, and I have the symbiote Spider-Man piece to also mail to him. But I got to finish the Spider-Man. That's the one that I I showed you guys the other day that I had blown up to finish size
Mm-hmm.
that I need to trace off and refine and then take it to ink.
Steven says his one daughter got the Wonder Woman and loves it. He wants to know if he can request a Spider-Gwen tonight for his other daughter.
Sure.
Tater says he knows you don't care for Iron Man. Thought that really early look might not be as tedious.
Oh, the real mud bucket head.
Yes, the
I that one, yeah, is that one there is kind of interesting because I mean they really did, that really is like a mop bucket. So maybe we can we'll just do that one.
Okay. You want me to put your information in the chat?
I'm gonna make a list here in a minute. Like I said, I'm just getting this warm up piece done. And then I'll make a list and get busy on those.
David says Captain works for him. He'll send you the PayPal.
Okay.
Tater says the more mop buckety, the better. Laughing.
Okay, and Dr. K comes in with a request. I'm not reading emails, so I don't know what he has requested. Hey, Dr. Kaz, you got the, I take it you got the Secret Wars 8 recreation, correct? Everybody should have got their art that I sent out. Just like to.
Shrike 3000 wants to know if he can go ahead and send PayPal if you can do the Tim Drake Robin.
Yeah, I just need to get reference and make sure that you guys are putting your address in the PayPal. It's easier for me to find that way. And the character that you request.
Kaz has not received it yet. Jared's Venom came in today, though, so he's excited.
What? Kaz has not received it yet. Now that's got me worried. I feel like going out to my car and getting the tracking number right now. He should have got his first. Because he's close, to me. Good Lord, I could have walked that thing by there by now. All right.
Do you want them to link the reference in the PayPal or a separate email?
Probably separate email would be better. It's the same as my PayPal, which is john@johnbeattyart.com. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and quit working on this and get to the real business at hand. If somebody does want a Batman, this one is available, so you can go ahead and just let me know if you want it, and it can be yours for a mere, I forget what they call a 20. It's not Sawbucks a 10. I don't think a 20 has a nickname, not that I know of. But all right, I'll set this aside. And did Dr. Kaz ever say what he wanted? Or maybe it's only in the email.
He didn't reply to the chat.
All right. Maybe
he decided, can I get a screaming?
A what?
Screaming.
A screaming?
That's what it says.
What we talked about the other day, Dr. Kaz? I think he wants like a battle cry Thor. All right, let me see. I need to make a list.
He hasn't decided yet, but whatever it is, he wants them screaming.
Okay, got it. All right, so let's make a little list here. Okay, so Kaz, I'll just put there. And then what else? We had Tater.
I have a list.
Do you?
You got Tater with an Iron Man Kirby style. David T wants a cap. Steven a Spider Gwen. Shrike 3000 wants a Tim Drake Robin.
Steven Spider Gwen. And the last one was who and what?
Shrike 3000. He wants Tim Drake Robin.
What's his? Do you have his real name, or has he put it in there? It's probably
he hasn't put it in here.
But what does he want then?
Tim Drake Robin.
Oh yeah. Iron Man mop head. Mop. Mop helmet. I do like it, you know, I don't mind him. He is kind of funny. Let's see. Shrike 3000. Shrike, where are you from? Are you're in the States? Shrike 3K. All right. So I got that all written down. Let me check the emails. I'm gonna look at this Tim Drake reference real quick. Not that I'm gonna get to that right this minute, but okay, so I am familiar with that Robin. There are two. There. Oh, that's the yellow inside of his cape. Okay, I got it. So it's darkening. I don't know how much of that we'll get. All right, so okay, and David knows that that his art will be coming with his other two pieces. I hope. Well, I'm letting him know now. All right.
Shrike says his name is Jason Strong. He's from New Iberia,
yep,
Louisiana.
Just came across that. Yeah, I actually remember now. I haven't been paying much attention to the chat. He's the one that said he met me at that small Louisiana show. Yeah. I think they're actually doing that again this year, that show there. The Mighty Con. You know, it was a really slow show, but those are good for when you want to meet creators because you don't have to like deal with big crowds. Okay, so do I got it right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now on the agenda.
You do on Kaz. He is coming up with either Thor, Hulk, or Captain America screaming, or maybe Spider-Man screaming.
I'm going to stretch that mask.
Stretch that mask.
That would be funny. Well, you know, he's got to like yell and stuff under it, so it does have to move. All right, so I feel like Rocky getting ready. Okay. So that's it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No.
5.
Okay, I don't. I want to make sure I didn't. No, wait. 5 or 6. I got 5 written down. That's what you got?
Tater, Iron Man, Kirby, David T. Cap, Steven, Spider Gwen, Shrike 3000, Tim Drake, Robin, and Kaz wants somebody screaming.
Somebody yelling. Maybe because he gets yelled at all day when he's cracking bones or something.
He wants Rocky screaming.
Yeah. He wants him yelling Adrian.
Oh, he's talking about the one with Bullwinkle.
Yeah, there you go. Now that would be funny. Okay, so I need to find I got Tim Drake reference if I need it. I don't need Cap reference. I should probably take these in order of like if I can draw them, you know, like right off the top of my head versus looking for reference. And I know I'm going to have to look for the Iron Man a little bit. You know, it's pretty, you know, it literally is a big bucket head. But
AG came in. He says, "How about Spider-Ham screaming to Dr. Kaz?" And he says, "Hello to everyone."
I like that idea, AG. Spider-Ham screaming because what do they call it? Like a hatchet, but it's a cooking thing. What's that utensil? A cleaver. A cleaver. That's what I'm thinking of.
What about Rorschach from The Watchmen? It'd be just a big black circle.
Okay, so I guess we will do, like I said, I may as well take them from how I know them, pretty much. Right? Sounds good. So, in this pencil stage, I actually like to have my glasses off. So I can't see anything but but what I'm drawing. So Ron, you're in charge of keeping up with that chat for me. Thank you.
That is a lot of responsibility.
I know. I don't know how I do it by myself.
Steven says he loves the old Iron Man. He can't wait to see it.
All right. Yeah, it really, for the time and stuff, it was funny. But what was it? 3 issues? They changed it. They streamlined him a bit and got him out of the kind of the dumpy look of that costume. Because that thing did look heavy, didn't it?
It looked very heavy.
I want to say thanks for coming out tonight. This was kind of one of those things. I woke up this morning and I thought, maybe I'll see what's happening tonight. And
Jason Strong says he'll be back in a bit. He has to drive home from work.
Okay. All right, Jason. I guarantee we will still be here unless you're driving for about 10 hours. Well, and even then, I guess I could be here, right? I would hope not to be, but it could happen. I know if I'm here for 10 hours, Ron's bailing. I'll be here.
I'm going to pull a Zablo and start snoring.
Yeah. Right? So I've decided a few things on chess, Ron. It's either the most ingenious game ever made or it's the stupidest game.
Why do you think that?
Because there's another site I started playing at and they got these quick live games. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to start playing some. I can't remember what chess.com starts you out at as your rating. But this place, I think, starts you at like 1,500, which is pretty high. But man, you lose one match and you plummet fast. I'm hovering around the 980, 990 area. And I was playing, well, they have a classic, which is like, and then I kind of read some complaints about the place, or about what they do is you go in and you play a 15-minute game, but for some reason, the 15-minute timeline deal, it can change on you. The other person can actually get more time, and you can too by getting ahead in the game or so. It's like weird. It's like you think that 15 minutes is 15 minutes, but I don't know. But I also just there's so many starting moves that you know, I looked at the chess.com, like the starting moves, and started looking at some of them and actually trying to play a few of them. And I'm like, these actually somebody named these moves, you know, because they're played that often. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird because, well, the other thing on that, and it's like lichess .org actually, and I don't know what the LI stands for. I just anyway, I'm kind of rambling here, but I'll ramble a bit about it because it was one of those deals where it started making me realize, you know, it's fun, but you know, these guys that get so good, I it's kind of hard to just listen to chess. You know, you kind of have to look at it. But I don't really do that. I listen while I work, and then I'll kind of look up, so to speak. And I guess what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to concentrate on getting this done, but interestingly enough, it's like it seems to me like it comes down to everybody is pretty much the same at the beginning. You know, the beginning moves are the beginning moves. That's why they got all these names. And then they got, you know, you got your counter moves like, oh, if somebody plays the Sicilian, Indian, Northwest, Ethiopian, double check pawn, the mate, whatever opening, then all you have to do is this, you know, like one simple move or something to block it. And I'm like, okay. So if that's all well and, you know, here's how you block that, it really comes down to like it's usually one move that can blow an entire game. I've seen a lot of these, you know, like the grandmasters and stuff. They actually tie, and there's a certain thing that I've also seen with your rating. If you're a certain rating, and let's say you're playing black, which means you have to go second, it's like on a tie, you actually might get more points. Well, remember, you were playing the black pieces. I was the white. I had all those pieces, and it became a draw. You got points. I lost points.
Correct.
And it was like, why wasn't it just 0-0? But it was because I had stripped you of everything but your king, and I was playing white, which moves first, which is another power position. And it's like, wait a minute. So if you play black and you can get a draw, you're going to win points. It doesn't matter. So maybe I've been overthinking it. I have no idea. Does that make any sense? I mean, you know, or
I wasn't worried about the points, so I mean, it didn't matter. I really didn't pay any attention.
No, but I mean, my point being is, does it just, you know, it's like, so like I guess my point is, and you can, and if there's any other people that play chess, and believe me, Ron and I are not anywhere near. It seems
we're beginner novices.
Yes, to say the least. It just seems to me like there's a certain, just like I did. I mean, if I would have, well, if you would have resigned, I would have said yes in a minute, but you didn't. So I continued to play and stretch that game out when I should have just been concentrating on winning.
Joseph Lalonde is here. Better late than never, making it to the drawing.
Hey, Joseph. Face. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Always glad to see new people finally making it into the channel. And feel free to subscribe if you're not a subscriber already. I do understand that some people are subscribed and they just can't get in at certain times. So maybe it's one of those deals. But if not, hit me up with that subscription. You'll see a little bell. That's for notifications if you want them. It'll let you know when I am streaming live, and doesn't cost anything. So anyway, like I was saying about that chess, and I know this is a drawing, but it's working on my brain because I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm like, okay, so what's the big picture here? And all I could come up with is the person that doesn't make that one blunder that opens up a floodgate of moves to the other guy, suddenly, that tips the whole game. So even the best make that one blunder that can cost them, they can be dominating the whole game, and then they make one move and boom, suddenly it's over. One wrong move.
Yep, that's how it goes. Joseph says he's excited to see you draw some tonight. He got some Secret War comics signed by you. He's hoping to get a sketch tonight.
All right. What's he looking to get?
Don't know. Joseph, let us know. Kaz says he likes the Sicilian defense. It stakes claim at the center.
Yes, the center I've found out is that's very key. I bet Kaz is like one of those 2000 rated players. I got that feeling. Or at least a solid 15 to 1700. What do you think, Ron? You think I'm right?
You could be. Has he got on to challenge you?
No.
Chess.com, people. You can challenge the great John Beatty.
Only unrated games.
Only unrated games. He doesn't want to lose his 50 points.
No, because you know how weak my end game is. I think anybody that saw me explain that and show that printout of the end game, anybody that has any chess knowledge would laugh at it. I know I did. And then I cried over it for days. I'm still crying over it. What am I talking about? That was a hurtful beatdown. And I did it to myself.
You put on me.
Yeah, but you got the points and you had a king and I had
everything. You had all of your pieces. That's why you lost points. You had 16 pieces on there.
No, but I do have it here. Look at this thing. This is just crazy. I mean, this is literally crazy. Look at this. This is Ron. This is all me. I had both of my bishops, my queen, a rook, a knight, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. 6 pawns out of 8. I mean, come on. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay.
I think the only thing anyone will think that is crazy is your obsession over that game.
Oh, that there's no topping that, that was the game that really made me like before I wasn't kind of studying it as much. Now When I have the chance, I watch a quick video, maybe a half hour of opening moves and defenses. I don't think it's helped me, but
You need to watch the video how to finish your opponent when you've taken all of their pieces.
I do. I need the end game.
Joseph says it's always a tough choice on what to get. He's trying to decide between Storm with a Mohawk, which is a great pick, Colossus, or another good one, Nightcrawler. So he's looking for something to put next to his giant-sized X-Men #1.
Oh, nice. Well, Storm with the Mohawk is always because that to me kind of represents the 80s, but I think that was at the end of the 80s into the 90s when she had that. Ron, you might know a little bit more about what era that was.
79, I think.
Really?
I'll have to Google.
I thought she got that Mohawk later. Byrne wasn't drawing the Mohawk, was he? I thought that was more on the Silvestri, or maybe even in the Paul Smith time. 84 Secret. Yeah, it is in the 84 Secret Wars. That's right. Joseph just chimed in with that. Absolutely.
Oh, very good.
Hey, Ron, do you have a account on the when I did notice that I edged up to 130 subscribers.
You'll be drawing a Storm coming up on a certain ladies' week.
Yes, I will. Oh, yes, it's ladies' week. I need not that. I need just something to protect my hand.
Joseph says it's hanging on his wall. I'm assuming the 84 Secret Wars poster, maybe?
That could be, or a print from Mike Zeck.
A print, yeah.
Oh, actually,
print poster.
I can turn around. No, she's not on. I don't see her on the poster, so she did not make the cover. But I do remember her being on the interior with the vest.
Joseph says it's 2 of the issues. She was on the cover of issue #5.
Okay. Boy, that's weird. I really remembered thinking that was like a real late 80s, early 90s. Like almost like when Mohawks were kind of going out of style. But it makes sense that it would be proper to have it while it was actually still in style.
Well, you are up to 18 watching now.
Oh, perfect. I appreciate y'all turning out. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I will ask you again, please do. It's free. When you subscribe, you don't get anything except fun and maybe some information if you're interested. You can ring the bell there, smash it, and that will give you notifications when I am streaming. Join the club. It's free.
What you can get is $20 head sketches tonight.
That's right. I do this occasionally.
From time to time, the notification will come up.
And they are quicker sketches. They're not my ones that I take 5 hours on. Which does that really constitute a sketch?
Tones and colors and Joseph says, according to Wikipedia, it was 1983 when she started rocking the mohawk.
Wow. So that, I'm still going to say, was probably Paul Smith era. Because I don't think John Byrne was around when the mohawk was, well, I mean, he was around when the mohawk was on the character. I don't think he was drawing the book.
In 1983 was Metallica Kill 'Em All album. Good year.
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
I know you do not like the Metallica.
Well, about as heavy as I get is AC/DC. And some people would even laugh at, right? That's more like hard rock, I guess. It's not quite metal. I don't know.
It's good.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And you know, I was also a fan of the Southern rock. But that's because I grew up in Florida and we had a lot of Southern rock bands here.
What type of pen you working with tonight?
It's a Pentel pocket brush. So it actually is loaded with the real stuff ink, not the brush marker that I had before. Although I might switch over to that for Tater's Iron Man. This gives me a little bit more illustrative type line, so to speak, meaning, you know, a little bit more play in the line, a little bit more not really thick and thin, but just a, you know, trying to figure out the right word. I guess natural, even though it does have nylon for its brush tip.
All right, Peter Porker is the Spider Ham is in the house. He says, "Are you still taking requests for head sketches for tonight?" Sorry, I just joined the live stream.
That's okay. What do you got? What's your request? We'll see if we can fit you in.
Craig is here finally. He says, "Hey guys, love what I'm seeing on the screen and in the chat."
Hey, Craig.
Joseph says he's made up his mind. Let's do this storm with the Mohawk.
All right.
He wants to know how to go about paying for it.
PayPal. John, can you put that in the room? So
I am doing it.
All right. Thanks, Ron. And please put your request and your address, your mailing address. Then that way, it's easy for me to keep track. Thanks for handling that, Mr. Ron.
You've got it.
Gotta make sure and give. See, I get what happens is you get these little bitty tiny, as you can see on my hand. I'll take time while that's drying. You get little bitty tiny pools of ink at the end of some of these strokes. And if you're not careful, you can pick them up and then transfer them to your next move on the paper. Now, I have noticed that this ink takes, I guess I should put it up here, right? Okay, that's what I got this piece of tape for while I'm talking. That's why I keep a little bit of hand sanitizer here, not only to keep the hands from getting sticky, but it does get the ink off. Jacob will purposely put Sharpie at a convention. He'll go like, "Oh, Daddy, I got the ink on my hand." Now, the first time it was an accident, but then once I gave him the hand sanitizer and rubbed it off, oh man, then it was suddenly like all the time he was, yep, got ink on my hand. I need some of that. So I bought him his own little bottle and brought it along on the next show he went to with me. And he was going through the stuff at a pretty good clip. Let's just say that. He was enjoying himself with the hand sanitizer. So you want to? Hey, go ahead, Ron.
He was conducting a scientific experiment to see if it would happen again and again.
Yeah.
Scientific method. Good for him.
So you think Sunday, Ron?
I was kind of hoping for tomorrow.
Okay, it's up to you.
And catch a 4 o'clock game.
That might work. I'll have to get Bella sometime. But we can after get her home, then we can go. Sound like a plan?
It does.
And let's see, Jacob and I should be down here. She has to be to work at 9. So we should be down here shortly after 9, hanging out.
Now, Peter Porker is the Spider Ham. Is that someone I know?
I don't know. He came in on, I think, our last Friday night.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Hmm. I think that was the first time he was able to catch a live stream.
Cool.
I don't know. I am, like I said, in the evening, I'm seeing some new people. That's why I want to do the daily live draw AM and PM editions. Get different audiences, and I'm gonna try to attempt that again next week, and hopefully not get any allergens in my eye that cause me to just have a horrible Tuesday.
They would have all had a rain effect on them last week.
Oh, I know. I knew to just call it. Yeah, it was like, because even though I was feeling much better on Wednesday, it's still, like I said, my eye was still feeling a little tacky, and now it's feeling just fine.
You are rocking 19 viewers.
Great. Glad to have everybody here. I know some people will continue to remain quiet, but that's fine. I've lurked in a room myself. And that's a setup for a Trebek joke. Lurking in a room. I lurked in your mother's room last night, Trebek. Right?
That was better timing. Yes, I liked it.
Yeah.
I approve.
There you go. You told me I needed to work on those things. Why is that the song stuck in my head? It's not like I heard it. Okay, now my interesting dilemma on this is I like this without any blacks on the mask area. So I'll reach out to David there and see if it's no big deal if he wants some blacks on there, but I kind of dig it without.
Oh, it looks good.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I kind of like, you know, I kind of like it without any black on the mask. Just gonna do a little stylistic thing here, little border. I see Adam Hughes kind of started doing this little motif thing. You know what I mean on his drawings. Have you noticed this? It's like a little pinstripe framing device. Figured I'd give it a try.
Bullet Heads just came in the room. Hi, everyone. Love the cap. Still time to make a request, John? Question mark.
Well, let's see the character first.
What's the request, Bullet Heads?
Crickets. I got crickets, see?
Shrike 3000, he's saying, John, I'm sure you are asked this all the time, but he's curious who your favorite artist is.
Oh, wow.
And to interrupt real quick, Bullet Heads is thinking a classic Hawkeye, kind of like the classic potato covers.
Potato covers. I'm not familiar with those. Potato covers. He might have to. I know the classic Hawkeye. He's got that big, I don't know how to describe it, but the big V-shaped mask on each side. Well, it's like a W, kind of.
Okay, so he's saying he has fat fingers. He meant portrait, classic portrait covers.
Oh, maybe the ones that they did. I think it was Marvel's 75th, and they did all the just like headshots, I think, on all the covers. That's probably what he's referring to. So I think I like this cap enough now to just let it be.
It's good.
I am gonna, because I still fidget with a little bit. I just want to do just a little tad drop shadow on the eye. Just because I think if I do add a little extra black, it should be here. I don't really think adding black to his mask is gonna add to this drawing. I think it would actually take away from it, to tell the truth. And that's an honest assessment. So, signature. Date. Well, I'm just going to put 2019 on these.
So David says he loves it, and shall I put Bullet Heads down for a Hawkeye?
Classic Hawkeye, yeah, I can do him with no reference. So let me make sure. Is that just adding one more? So that'll be 6 now? Or did I miss one somewhere?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Peter Porker's up in the air, so he would make 6.
So he's up in the air what he wants, or
he never came back and responded. You've got David's done, so you have left Tater with an Iron Man Kirby,
right?
Steven with a Spider Gwen,
right?
Shrike with the Tim Drake Robin,
got that.
Joseph with a Storm Mohawk, and then this Hawkeye.
Oh,
that's gonna be 5 left. Kaz has somebody screaming.
I know, he just hasn't decided on it. Okay, Joseph is a Storm Mohawk, and Bullet Heads is Hawkeye.
Hawkeye, classic Hawkeye.
Okay, and just have a Bullet PayPal me. If he's in the States, it's $20. And classic Hawkeye. I know to just write Hawkeye because I always go straight to the characters I know and grew up on first. Unless somebody actually comes in and goes, you know, that third version of this incarnation? I'm like, no, I don't. I'm sorry, I just don't. Okay, so this is should be dry. I just want to put David's name in pencil on the back. David, I have your Black Panther here, and just for, I did get, I blew this up to 9.5 by 11 size, so I can transfer it over to the final board, finish out the drawing, ink it, and get you good, buddy. So this cap, I think it's the same, David. I'm pretty sure it is. This cap will be in the package also. So I'm gonna leave the red pencil on it too. That's part of the loose sketch. I really like that. And let's see. I will date the back.
Now, did you think about what one you're going to do for Kaz out of the screaming? Captain, what do you say, Hulk or Spider-Man?
Well, I'm not. I think he was joking on the Spider-Man. I hope. What is today? The 10th or the 11th?
The 11th.
Okay. All right. So, ta-da. Okay. Now, let me ask. I'll put this out to the audience. Do they prefer to see me like doing one at a time, or do a little bit of the sketching, ink a little, that type of thing, kind of mix it up? I don't know. I'm just putting that out there as a question to, what's better for audience retention.
Bullet Heads. He said his son, that's 12, got him into comics, collecting those issues.
Oh wow.
The portrait covers.
Well, that's a good thing, I suppose. That song is in my head, and it's gonna drive me crazy. Where did I put? Oh, there they are. All right, so
Jason Strong says that sounds interesting, mixing it up.
Yep. Get to see a little pencil, the linking, kind of keeps the crowd involved, instead of like, I'm done, I'm out of here. So let's see, on my list, I can kind of, Spider-Gwen, I think I might be able to, she wears the hoodie. So, let's see, Dave, I'm reading the chat real quick myself. Next week, David, I know I'm pretty sure you're subscribed to my channel. If you got notifications on, you should get it. Oh, nice. So, and I will also try to remember to tag you on Facebook or Twitter, which is better, David, so you'll know. And that's nice, Bullet Heads. His son's watching with him, and he said, "I love those." So, yep, mixing it up. That's okay. So Spider-Gwen does have the hoodie with the webbing inside, so you do have to kind of get that 3/4 a little bit going on there, cheekbone.
Steven says he went to see Into the Spider-Verse and his daughter loved Spider-Gwen. She's going to love it.
I have not heard one person yet say they did not like the movie.
David says Facebook would work the best. Thank you, and he appreciates it.
Facebook? Okay, will do. I will try to remember to tag you that I am inking your symbiote Spider-Man. No problem, David. Hey, who was the because my son Jacob really took a liking to that little Asian girl in the Spider-Verse. Ron, I know you haven't seen it, right? So,
I've not, but you can spoil away. I'll be okay.
well, I've never seen her. I have no idea who she is. And it was funny because I was explaining to Jacob that Peter Parker was like, he was my Spider-Man, even though I don't know how true the movie is to the Miles Morales comic book. Although, the series they just started, the new one.
Penny Parker.
Who? Penny Parker?
Penni Parker.
Oh, let me see. Penny Parker. Oh, okay. I had never. I guess she had a book. But the new Miles Morales comic book, I guess I missed the first one because I wasn't paying attention, but I think I'm gonna. Well, I've contacted my local comic book guy, and he said the first one came out about a month ago, and he doesn't have any, but he's gonna check with Diamond, and I'm gonna try to get Jacob reading that comic because if he shows interest in it, I wouldn't mind seeing him have a little monthly book to read. And if that fails, I'll go to Comixology and subscribe, so it'll be on a device. Jacob seems like a device guy.
Tater says she first appeared in the Edge of Spider-Verse 5, he believes. Bullethead wants to know if you have any con plans this year. He met you the last 2 years at East Coast Comic Con and was disappointed that you weren't going to be there this year.
Yeah, didn't get invited back for it. Well, that would have been a third year, so that would be kind of unusual. Most shows, what they'll do is, they'll have you there a year and then they'll skip a couple years, maybe 3, and then have you back. So a third year doing that show, it's not really 100% good for me or the show when they can bring in new people. So if you'll notice, or if you do notice, sometimes the guests kind of rotate. Like one year, they'll kind of be grouped here, and the only person I know that does about every show available is Neil Adams. I mean, it's like if there's a show, it's almost like Neil can be at 2 shows some weekend. I don't know how he does it. He must have a clone.
Joseph says it was interesting to hear that Nicolas Cage was in the movie.
Yeah, he was a voiceover actor. So, and I personally, I don't think he has such a distinctive voice that I would not have known that was him if I, number one, didn't hear it before I saw the movie, and number two, then of course it was in the credits at the end. At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought people were just like, yeah, Nicolas Cage is the voice of Spider-Man Noir. I don't know why I thought it was a joke. I did.
Joseph says it was kind of surprising to hear him. He loved the Spider Noir. There's also talk of a possible TV series from the movie.
Oh, really? Now that would, if they keep it in the same animated style, and I guess they could, because once they build I don't know. I guess those characters are kind of built, where they can turn and just light them different. I know it's time consuming, even if they have the characters built, but that's a pretty cool idea. I could see that.
Especially with their new Disney streaming service they're going to put out.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and I did see that Punisher season 2 Season T. Yeah, Season T starts January 18th. So not this weekend, but next, I believe.
Yes, looking forward to it.
I wonder if that means I better hurry up and watch Daredevil Season 3. Or do I not need to now? I mean, I need to, but...
Not to get into the Punisher, just catch up with season 1 of Punisher.
Yeah, well, that's... I mean, Mike Zeck told me don't watch Punisher 1 without watching the first 2 series of Punisher. Or not Punisher, of Daredevil. And he was right, it's like I would have not known who all those people were. He keeps me in line. Because I was ready just to jump in the Punisher, and he goes, do yourself a favor and don't. He goes, I know you want to, but hold off. And I'm like, why? And he's like, well, there's things you need to see in Daredevil. So you'll understand who certain characters are in the Punisher, which turned out to be true.
Joseph says the Punisher is going to be a binge weekend. The first was great.
That would be the way to do it. Just lock yourself in for the day and get it done.
Jason Strong says Daredevil season 3 is fantastic. Best season.
I know, and that's what everyone's told me. I just have been...
I have to agree with him. It was awesome.
I just haven't had... What is it, 13 episodes?
I didn't count. I was just mesmerized by how awesome this season was.
Yeah, but I think that's what most of the Netflix, it's like 13. I think that's kind of their standard.
He says it's so sad the shows are being canceled. They've gotten better over time.
That's true. I wouldn't count them out, though. I think they're too good of properties, and they've if they keep the same people, I think that they would be crazy for Disney to just cancel them and throw whatever revenue away that they're making off of the show. I have to imagine, and I don't have anything to back this up, but I have to imagine that Netflix is... the budget for those shows can't be a lot. It can't be like a ton of money, right? I mean, I don't know, but it just seems like, how could it be?
They could be throwing a lot of money at stuff. Their stock valuation is up there.
That's true.
Now listen, Joseph says no spoilers on Daredevil 3.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen it either. I'm right there with you, Joseph.
Steven says Vincent, butcher this last name, D'Onofrio as Kingpin was the best part of Daredevil.
Right.
Bullethead says Daredevil season 3 doesn't really have a lot about Castle. It's a great season. He's going to miss there being more.
Okay, so go ahead.
Steven says they're getting canceled because of Disney's streaming service.
All right, so Joseph decided on... Okay, we got Storm with Mohawk. I just got PayPal. I'm sorry. So I was just... Okay, I think we're... I like what Steven wrote to me in his email. You're a Patriots fan. Like like my Patriots fan. So I know exactly who it is. I say Steven is my calculus teacher. Okay, so let's see. Time to sketch out another one. Then I'll probably switch to some inking.
Tater says Daredevil season 3 is great. He's really looking forward to Punisher season 2.
All right. I'm looking I should have been slowly watching episodes of Daredevil 3 because I knew Punisher was. I thought. Let's sharpen that pencil before I try to talk. I thought the Punisher was going to be released at the end of December. I don't know if it got kicked or what happened, but something happened, and oh well. Okay, let's see. Okay, I just got one from Adam, a quick head sketch of Gambit, if possible. If not, Joker. Let's see. So that's either a Joker or a Gambit. I could probably do a Gambit. Did somebody in the? Because I shut my phone down. Who's
Bullet
getting
Heads.
Bullet Head?
He said PayPal sent. He's getting the Hawkeye.
Oh, that's Bullet Heads that's getting the Hawkeye?
Yep.
All right. And who was it that wanted the they just sent it to me. Either the Gambit or a Joker.
You said Adam?
Did I say Adam? Okay. And I can probably do a Gambit, but I'll put or Joker just depending. Okay, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Tater says he sent his payment earlier as well.
Yep, got it.
What character was he getting?
He's getting the real mop head Iron Man.
Oh, the Iron Man. That's right. It's already on the list. You're already on the list, sir.
You're listed.
To catch up, Tater says Disney streaming service may end up being better. Way to go. Netflix is focusing more on their content.
What's that now?
Tater was saying the Disney streaming service may be a better way to go, that he feels that Netflix is focusing more on their content.
That is true, but their content is really good. I can't say I have a problem with what they're. Well, now that they got the Marvel properties taken away, though, there's the problem, right? So I guess we just wait and see. Kind of a sad day for all of us fanboys when the announcement was made. And then didn't they stagger it? Wasn't it like Daredevil got canceled and then like they waited a couple days and then said Punisher 2 or something?
Yeah, they didn't want everybody thinking it was Thanos' fault.
Yeah. It was, wasn't it?
Oh, snap. So Steven says the Star Wars stuff for the new Disney streaming is going to be great. Tater says it's not all Stranger Things. Some of it is just strange regarding to the Netflix, their own content they're making.
Yeah, the sad thing is well, here's a good thing. I never knew they had a Pac-Man TV show, and Jacob loves it, so good for him.
Bullet Head says his son, James, is already trying to claim his picture.
His Hawkeye?
Yep.
Well, he may just wind up getting it, right?
Joseph was replying back to Tater saying that Netflix's content has been really good. It was nice to have some comic book stuff in there as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the content they've produced has been really well done. And like I said, I don't know how big a budget they can have, but they must have something. You're right, Ron. They must have some coin to drop. Who was it? And it may have been you, Ron. Speaking of Ron, like that, like on that Ron White comedy special and the Chappelle one and stuff. Was it you who was telling me that how they kind of can make that happen? Because, Lord knows what Dave Chappelle would want to do a concert, right? Especially an exclusive, Netflix.
Don't think that was me.
Okay. I think somebody was saying that they, it's almost like a guarantee to him if he does it, how they do it at conventions with people. They'll like guarantee him so much money so that, if he doesn't make it up in ticket sales when they're filming, then Netflix is kind of on the hook for getting the rest or paying him the rest.
That was one of his sayings when he did the Rick James character.
What's that?
Oh, I can't say it on your PG stream.
Can you PG it? I know with Chappelle it might be hard.
I'm just gonna pass.
Okay. Might be best, right? I don't know if y'all can see this, but this is the Tim Drake piece, which I believe will eventually wind up in Bullet Head's kids collection because he's already got his dibs on it. And believe me, people, I'm not trying to ignore anybody tonight. I'm just trying to keep busy. Because
you're going to be busy. You're going to be busy.
That's what I'm saying. I was just going to say, if Ron was not in this room right now, I'd probably be finishing up around 3 o'clock. Now, I still might be finishing up around 3 o'clock for all I know. No, I think I'm doing okay. Oh, come on, phone. I got my phone. I don't like to keep it like on very long. I think I got it set for maybe a minute. Because usually that's all I need. But well, a minute if it's just inactive.
Joseph says your 3 a.m. comment got a chuckle from his wife.
Let's see. Joe's got the Storm Mohawk. We'll do his last. Joe's like, I'll watch the replay and fast forward.
He's already been getting yelled at for the last 30 minutes to hurry up and get off the internet.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
No, I made that up.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not looking at the chat, so.
That's right. I could say anything.
You can. I mean, I would check the chat if you said anything, but that did seem like it could be, I think we've all maybe been in that spot before. I'll tell you what I'm horrible at. And I mean, this goes back to when I was a kid. And it goes back to when I was a young man and working in comics and still living at home and, eating dinner and, that mom or my sisters would cook and I would be out in the back room working and they would say, dinner's ready. And I'd be, okay, I'll be right there. And 2 hours later or an hour later, I would finally get to the dinner table and it would all be cleaned up and mine would be sitting there in a bowl and they would be like, okay, there yours is. It's all cold and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that. It never really disturbed me, to tell the truth. But I get it today. You know, Bella gets frustrated when she calls me to dinner, and if I'm working on something, it's like I have a hard time. I got to reach a certain stopping point that I feel comfortable at, and sometimes that's really tough. Ron, do you have any problems like that, or is it just does that seem like it's just a me problem? Oh, you know what? Well, go ahead. Let
I
me ask this
don't
real
have
quick.
that problem.
So when dinner's on, you're there.
No, I usually cook dinner. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, that's fine too. I mean, because I got no problem with that. I used to cook a lot, but then when Bella came, it's like uh, she took over the cooking because she didn't like my cooking. Um, Let me ask. Let's see. Is it Shrike 3000? Does he want the Tim Drake? Because there's two different mask styles. There's like this real classic one, like this one, and then there's one that kind of has the batarang uh, or the bat symbol where it goes up. As you can see now, maybe you can see it. I have kind of like the just the typical classic mask that a lot of heroes wear. And then the second reference shot he sent me, it's got a more, I would say, 90s, because suddenly he's got instead of a belt with like some segments in it, it's got pouches. So when I see pouches, I think 90s.
He says he likes the bat one more.
The bat one. Okay, we'll go with that.
Joseph says 3 a.m. is a little late for his blood now. 10 years ago, he'd be down for that, though.
Well, I can totally understand that, believe me. Okay, so this goes across and then this will go up. And so on the next round, Ron, remind me if you can to do the storm. I'm gonna ink on these two. So we'll switch up a bit. And then I'll make sure on the next maybe what I'll do if he's really needing to get is I'll just pencil and ink the storm. That might get him out of any hot water if he is, and he may not be. I know how it is. He may not really be able to say.
Joseph, use the wink emoji if you're in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. Type 911. Type 911 in if you need me to hit that right now. That would work, right? The 911. Just put 911 in as a signal.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be funny if 911.
So Jason Strong says he's all about that 90s nostalgia.
That's fine. I know a lot of people are. Just like Ron. Ron's a product of the 90s. But you do have some roots in the 80s, right, Ron?
Yes, yes.
Like good old Secret Wars.
Bullethead says he's got to say that Mohawk Storm sounds pretty sweet. Great choice.
I really don't know anyone who really doesn't like Mohawk Storm. I think out of all the versions, she seems to be the most popular. I always liked it. I think they should bring it back. Although I have no idea what Storm's looking like these days.
They definitely brought it back for the movies. I've seen the trailer for Dark Phoenix today as well.
Oh, really? So that's a new movie too, then, right?
It's coming out in February. And hey,
Wow.
Joseph just sent us the wink.
Okay.
We're on our way, Joseph.
Well, maybe I should. Here's the thing. With the Mohawk Storm, I think on a sketch, and you know, I'm not trying to get out of anything. I think the profile works best, just because you can really get that Mohawk. You know, there's no doubt it's a Mohawk. So, let's do. Where did I put the other one? Ron. You need to be here to handle these. Today, Ron, I need you here. Start driving, man.
Failing on my duties.
No. It's like, get here now. Yeah. You're doing enough. You're doing great.
Bullethead says if you were to add the Asgardian Thor armor, it gets even better.
To the Mohawk Thor?
The Mohawk Storm.
Yeah. Well, since we're only doing headshots, that would be a bit much there. So we can't take it down that far, but yeah.
Joseph says the profile is good. Whatever you think works best.
Well, it just let's see.
Jason says he just wants to add he is loving the pencils on Tim Drake.
Oh yeah, I was having a good time on that. I always get like, oh, I'm just gonna do enough pencil where I can go right to ink, and then I start playing around with stuff, and I'm like, let me draw a little more, and then I will say and I'm not saying this in a braggadocious or any other way. I think I always on this little special that I run every now and again when I need groceries, which is actually quite true. Well, the wife went grocery shopping yesterday with me, and she bought a little more than I had anticipated. Why does that happen, Ron?
Hey, I need to go back and say for Joseph, he said his wife is pretty easygoing. She puts up with a lot.
All right, that's fine.
That's probably true about any significant other with any of us around here.
Yep. Because, boy, I'll tell you, not only is it a weird hobby, but you talk about a weird profession. So, no, we're just having good fun. We are not judging by any means. We're all kind of in the same boat for the most part. Especially like Ron said, if you have that significant other that, you know, that sometimes can, you know, it's like this. I don't like going shopping with my wife, like, for anything really. I know that sounds bad. That just sounded horrible. I mean, I do, but man, women are all wired the same. And then I guess all of us comic book guys, when we get into a comic book shop, like a good one, we do the exact same thing. You know, we're in our little world and we're looking at stuff. This is the way I see it. You know, we see our stuff and, you know, we kind of get lost. And so if they're clothes shopping or grocery shopping or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know, Ron. I don't know, Lori. So I don't know if you have any, and that's your business. So, you know, you You
So Joseph says, you know, he knows cons.
I'm gonna shut up about Lori right now. She might beat me up.
She might. Joseph says he knows the cons are a unique experience. His wife's a trooper because she will go despite the large crowds and getting anxiety.
Oh boy, my wife, she's good for like the first day. She'll come with there's about 2 hours left, and then after that, it's like, they're pretty much done. Now Jacob likes it. Jacob usually winds up wanting to draw, and he makes a little bit of money. He'll draw. He started out drawing Post-it stickmen and giving them away, and then people started tipping him. So I said, Jacob, you might be able to get a few commissions. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I was a couple dollars or $1 or 50 cents or whatever, because he was giving them away, and people were, they were tipping him to make him feel good. And it was so funny. So he got real serious and he started drawing some. And I said, right on the little Post-it sketch he would do, I was like, Jacob, what are you going to put on that one? And he would literally write like $2.99, and I would be like, $2.99. He goes, no. And then he goes, let me fix it. And he'd get the marker back out and he'd put 2 zeros behind it, $299. And I was like, oh, you might want to just see, you might just want to let people like, give you an offer. But it was so funny. But you know what? What if he would have got that $2.99?
He'd be feeling pretty good about himself.
I think so. And I would be too. I'd be, Jacob, you take over. I would be your agent.
I'm going to concessions.
That's right. Yeah, that's like...
Joseph wants to know what makes the profession so weird.
Well, it's not just the comics, but just being an artist, and especially a freelance artist, where, boy, I don't think my wife's listening. Ron, help me out. Do I tell the story that is, to me it's funny? She might get insulted though. So tell me to shut up now.
So what kind of pencil are you using?
This is a Prismacolor Coley Race Carmine Red. No, I guess what I'll say is some people just don't consider, and I didn't say any names, right? I just said some people just don't consider it a job. And to me, it's one of the, to me, it's one of the hardest jobs you can have. Even if you're, like even when I was on a monthly book, it's no picnic. Deadlines are deadlines, and time off is in between. Maybe you have to take a day or two off just to like unwind or get something done, but those deadlines they're there. And when you're on that monthly book, they're always there. Now, having said that, a lot of books, or a lot of books, the publishers, it's not like it was when I was full-time doing stuff. It's like they give people a lot more time to produce a book now. I didn't have that luxury. If I missed a deadline, that could have been my job going to somebody else. So it was always, kill yourself and make that deadline. And then once you get older, took me to when I was 40, I realized that I'm tired. I started when I was 19. I've lived this every day of my life, and it's like, I'm gonna kill myself by if I just keep this up. So the breaking point for me was information that was. I think I told you this story, right, Ron, about the why I quit a book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I told you that, right? How
Yeah.
it went down, and yeah, and then I'm the bad guy, you know. Um, did Storm have earrings?
So, depends on who's drawing her. Sometimes she will have
A little
some
hoop?
hoop or lightning bolts, either one.
I like the lightning bolt on this.
Now, Bullet Heads has a good question. How do
Okay.
you balance meeting deadlines with keeping your passion for the art form?
Boy, that is a good question. Um, Probably by doing what I started doing late last year, and a lot of the people that are on the stream were kind of with me, and I'm still on it, is keeping a passion for drawing and learning and not letting just the job take over, and like actually drawing again for fun. And I began to do that. That's basically how my daily live draws started. Was it was just something I would use for a warm up, and it kind of grew into a thing. I didn't plan on it being. It seems to have had some success. I'm happy with how it's grown, and getting to do it and people supporting it and stuff. So, all right, I need to fix this up a little bit, but I think this jaw's a little too big, or this chin rather. I think I need to. And don't quite need this line this far. I could fix that in inking. But yeah, I think it's healthy, and I never did it because I think when you're full time doing this, you get sick of it, and that's just, well, I was inking, so I wasn't really drawing, and the stuff I've been studying lately is more drawing, and I see where I should have devoted a lot more time after I started uh, getting work. I should have taken time to still do self study of artists that I like, and um, just drawing for myself and not for any other reason except that I enjoy drawing. But that's why I said that's where kind of that the daily grind and the monthly grind of the deadlines, it really does chew you up, and your mind uh, really begins to, like, accept the fact that, hey, you know I I don't have time to do anything else except this monthly book, and this is my career, so it's like I got to devote all the time in the world to it. That was my big mistake, I think, is just letting the burnout. It's slow burn in a sense. Even though I felt it, I just ignored it until it got to the point where I couldn't ignore it. So let that be a lesson to you youngers out there. Ron, let that be a lesson to you.
Noted.
And it would have helped if I would have been a little more business savvy, even back in the day. But I wasn't. And I think a lot of people from my generation were, I mean, there's a few that were, but for the most part, there weren't. And I think it just came from all of us were really in comics, not, you know, I think it does pay better now, page rates, but I think most of us were in it because we really had a passion for doing comic art. And so as long as we paid our bills and, had fun and whatever, I think we were just as happy with that as anything. So yeah, definitely a lot of mistakes that I can go back and look at, but why bother? That time is gone. I've relived those moments, and they don't get me anywhere. But I wouldn't say depressed, but they get me thinking like, how could I be so blind? It's like I liken it to a an abusive relationship, and not that I was ever in one, except maybe comics, and the fact that I gave comics so much love, and it loved me when it needed me, and then it turned its back and never showed love back. I'm sure you all.
Craig is back again for another pop in.
Mr. Craig, I got a list full here, sir.
Joseph wants to know one of your favorite comic convention experiences. Favorite?
Oh boy, it was probably. I can't really go into detail, but it did involve Tim Vigil. And if you know Tim, then it wasn't anything bad. It was, and it wasn't anything that I would say I was embarrassed of. It was just an incident that happened with Tim, and it was kind of one of those things I look back and I'm like, wow, that was a crazy time. Crazy time. So,
speaking of crazy times, Craig wants to see what you've done.
Captain America.
That's it. Just the Captain America.
Well, but I do have two sketched out, ready to go to ink. But we are on a 911 emergency. This is the Cap, Mr. Zablo. This is for David. I actually enjoy this quite a bit. This is going to be a Tim Drake Robin. And I have a Spider-Gwen in the works. So we're kind of doing a mix-up, and then we had a Buddy in Need put in a what would you call that, Ron? A signal?
Distress, yes.
A distress signal. So we're taking care of that now. In fact, I need to really quick check off what I got done here. Got that. Well, I almost got that done, and almost got that done, and I'm working on this right now. So we're getting there, Mr. Zablo. No stress, except a little distress. Nothing we can't deal with.
Ain't no stress but distress. Craig says, nice, cool, love them.
All right. If I get too far out of the picture, Ron, can you let me know? I kind of think I'm in a good zone. I kind of, when I tape this up, I kind of use this as my.
When it gets to your elbow, I'll let you know.
Yeah, something like that.
When we're seeing your shoulder.
When the drawing drops too far down, that all you see is the top of my head. Just give me an up or something. Could you move that?
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, that'll help me.
Craig says popping out, but we'll check back.
All right. So again, you're saying tomorrow, right, Ron?
Yeah, tomorrow will work. I get there about a little after 9.
All right.
Until quitting time.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I have a messenger thing come in, so let me where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh wait, that came in through this one. Busy, busy, busy. It's a good thing. Uh-oh. Okay. Did she have studs on her necklace, or not the necklace, on the strap around her neck, the leather strap? I want to say yes. I think she did have like little, like silver studs on there. Do you remember, Ron?
I don't remember.
I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure.
Bullethead says it was a studded collar.
Yeah, like 2 rows, I think. And they were just like round, if I remember correctly, not spikes.
Joseph says 2 rows of silver circles.
Yep. That's what I thought. Thank you for the information, Room. And you too, Ron, for relaying
Joseph says, or studs, but I think he was talking about me.
it. Actually, I think it was about Jared, but he's not here, so we'll default it to you. Oh, we lost Ron. No wonder he went silent. Ron, I see that your internet was acting up. You still have the link, so when you can get back in, do so, and I will continue to work. He's really hit a bad.
So,
There you are. I don't know if you could hear me saying that, I could see that you went silent and I looked and then I saw your internet was acting up. I think that link that I send out, Ron, I think that works for any time I'm live. I don't think I have to send it every time. But it seems to me like we tried that once and it didn't work for like Jared or Pat or Craig. But I think it's the same link that I send out. It looks like it's the same, um, numbers, letters, and stuff. Maybe there's one in there that changes and throws everything into fire and brimstone.
maybe I will check.
Yeah, if you have an old email, you could take a look.
Now that I see the amount of numbers and letters in that, I am not going to look any further.
Yeah, but you could take an old one and just put it in and see if it... I don't know if that would knock you out of this one.
Ryan said he had to drive his wife to work, but he is back.
Hey, welcome back, Ryan. I feel your pain there. I mean, I understand you're having to drive the wife to work. Boy, if my wife ever listens to these, I'd be dead.
You are in so much trouble.
I know it. She does not like my sarcastic sense of humor because she takes me too seriously. So what are you singing tonight, Ron?
I don't understand the question.
I was just thinking some music would be nice. But hey, I get it. You know, I understand. You're not here to sing, right?
If you want to keep the 20 viewers watching, there'll be no singing, sir.
You would suggest that I just let well enough be alone.
You said you wanted 2 subscribers, right? I got this.
All right.
AG is also back. He said,
AG.
Did Kaz settle on the screaming spider ham?
Not yet. I don't think so.
I think he kind of left it open in the air to John with a few suggestions.
That indeed he did.
And Ryan says, when you get a second, if you could show him what you've completed so far.
You're looking at it. Well, not really, but yes, I will, Ryan. And Joe's like, no. Don't quit. Show after you're done. Okay. Completed, I have... What happened to my voice? I went into puberty again.
I was thinking the same thing.
Is that supposed to happen? Okay. Completed, I have this Captain America that belongs to David. Don't know if he's still in the chat or not. And then I was working on a few pencils, Spider-Gwen, and a Tim Drake Robin to be inked. And now I am working on a Mohawk Storm for, I don't think we got his actual name. I probably have it on PayPal, but I haven't looked. We're trying to get this one out as a SOS to
Joseph.
Is it Joseph?
Joseph with the Mohawk?
Oh, yeah, Joe. I was thinking of, oh, okay.
Oh, that was Jason Strong with the Tim Drake Robin.
Joseph who?
Jason Strong is the Tim Drake Robin.
Yeah. Oh, someone else is asking? Oh, yeah, and then Joe comes in with I did. Hey, don't get us in any trouble, Joe. Then we want to be able to have you back. Of course, I better be quiet or my wife will say, "You're not going on that YouTube anymore."
Put parental controls on you.
That's right.
AG says he heard that voice crack.
I heard, man, I'm telling you, that was, well, I heard it too, because you guys heard me make my comment. Maybe that's what happened to my voice the other morning. I was going through puberty again. Boy, that would suck, wouldn't it?
Well, if you're going through puberty again, Ryan wants you to know you'll have to get a job at McDonald's.
I never had one. I had a job at 16 as a cartoonist for a local publisher on computer books. And I did have a job for 2 weeks at a little restaurant. I can't even call it a diner because it was a legit restaurant. In the downtown, well, not the downtown area that I'm in, but up the street. I think I told you this, Ron, when we passed by the area about that job I had for 2 weeks in high school.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that lady, oh man, the boss lady.
Pick the weeds with your teeth.
Yeah. Go out there and graze on them, honey. Can't believe she asked me, what do you think the best way to get rid of these weeds would be? I don't know. Roundup, or not Roundup, but weed killer. Just get some weed killer and spray there. And I know she wanted me to pick them, like go out there and get on my knees. And I had 2 hours. Literally, I was working 7 days a week, 2 hours a night. And she had like a list of things, like 22 or 24 things I had to do each night, as well as bus tables and wash dishes. And the final straw was when she told me if the bread came back and it looked like it had been untouched, just throw it back in the warmer. And that's where I parted ways. I was just, well, actually, it was the weed thing. I got around the bread thing by just ignoring it and throwing it. I wonder if she ever went and like got the bread back out. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, but I never ate there. And my friend was the short order cook when he was like, heck, I don't know, what were we, 17 or no, maybe, yeah. I guess that's about right. At 17. There's a little singing for you.
That's disturbing, says Joseph.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it was too. Especially if you know the song. Right?
I think he might have been talking about the bread basket, but
but me singing that song is disturbing as well. Right? Wouldn't you say, Ron? A little disturbing?
Have you ever heard the band Disturbed?
No, I haven't, but I like the name.
I will have to show that to you tomorrow.
Okay.
You will hate it. Bullet Head says it was a very good year.
Which one?
Well, he's not responded, but I would say all of them.
17. I bet he's talking about it 17.
Joseph says, let's hear you sing, Ron. Oh, I just sang that sentence, sir.
You kind of did.
Yeah, that was my singing voice.
You talk through songs, right? You're one of those.
Shatner.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
I knew there
Spoken
was
word.
someone. Yeah, Lucy in the Sky
Yes.
with.
Joseph says the bread story was disturbing.
Oh yeah, yep. How do you think I felt having to like it was thrown on me, like as a serious thing, or was she testing me? Nah,
No.
she was for reals. And here's the funny thing: after I quit, I'm trying to remember how much time went by. It had been a while. Let's say a month. Let's just say a month for the argument. But it had not been like just a week, and it had not been like 6 months. But it was, about a month, I'll say. We had a pool in the backyard, and it was, I think it was, I forget what holiday it was. Like, so I was going to say I think it was 4th of July, but then I'm thinking like, I guess they would be open, but maybe not. No, it doesn't matter. We were having a little pool thing where my dad was grilling, and we were kids. We were in the pool having a good time, and my mom was inside, and then she comes outside, and I'm in the pool, and she's like, "John," and I'm like, "Yeah," and she's like, "That lady at the diner wants to know if you can come in and work today because she hasn't got a dishwasher." And I'm like, and she doesn't have one now either. I was like, you tell her no.
Firm no, Ma.
That's
Listen,
right.
Joseph says things like that probably happen a lot more often than we care to think about.
Oh, I know they do. You think Olive Garden can just give all those breadsticks away? Yeah. Actually, I think they can.
A special guest just popped in. Jared. He says if a circle background using a yard sale acquired plate does not happen, he is going to call shenanigans.
Well, he had his opportunity.
He still has an opportunity.
He's got the link.
He does have the right stuff.
He does indeed. Jared, you're welcome to pop in. You know that if you are done with whatever you were doing.
I hope he does.
He heard the bread story and got in. Now, in all honesty, I think I did put like one biscuit or one bun back in the warmer, and as soon as I did it, I felt like really horrible, and I had to get it out. But the damage was kind of done to the other ones.
Well, Jared says that bread does sound delicious. He just has a second to pop on to chat and be charming.
Wow. Well, thank you, sir. Oh, you're coming over tomorrow, right, Ron?
Yes.
Jared, it would appear that I didn't know if Ron was coming Saturday or Sunday. So I will probably, if you shoot me a reminder, I can probably be on the Long Box Crusade.
Jared asks, why does Craig sound so damn smooth reading chat tonight?
Because he is smooth. And he changed his name to Ron.
Craig is a smooth criminal.
Dun, 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 dun. Zablo, are you okay? All right, so. Jared, are you okay? Are you okay, Jared? You've been hit by. You know that song gets in my head because of me and Jacob.
I did not know that.
Didn't I tell you that I showed that song to him because I thought it would be cool for him to see that lean move?
Yeah, you did. I just didn't know it got stuck in your head.
Oh, well, he really liked it. And then it's like, he started liking the song. And I show him he likes the long movie version with the kids and stuff. And he's learned to snap his fingers now. I think that was one of the ones, or one of the things, when a kid asks you, how do you snap your fingers? It's like, I told him, I said, Jacob, I don't know. You just practice. I said, I showed him how to hold the fingers, and I said, just keep doing it. And I said, eventually you'll get a little noise, which he did. And now he's good with both of them. He can snap both. And he's a happy little clam that he can do it. What was the other thing he asked me about? How do you do this? Oh, whistle. And I'm like, I don't know. That's the hard stuff to teach kids, right?
I don't know. I have no children.
Well, but I'm saying just in general, if somebody, well, I know the famous movie line, you just put your lips together and blow, but it's a little more complicated. Well, from Casablanca. But it's one of those things when a kid asks you and you're like, well, man, you never really thought about how do you teach a kid to whistle when they ask you that question. Now, my best friend is YouTube. You can find it how anything's done on YouTube. Oh, circles, 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 circles. And blacks, blacks, blacks. Filling in the blacks on the necklace.
Jared says, "Oh man, my wife is home. I got to act like I've been paying attention to the kids. I'll catch you later." Bye, Jared.
Everybody's so bad, aren't they? Am I right, Ron?
Nah, not necessarily. It's teaching them survival skills. He's parenting. That's a great thing.
But you don't have kids.
Yeah. Also a great thing.
Well, I didn't have kids till I was 51. 50. Well, my wife was pregnant when I was 50, and he was born when I was 51. Or wait a minute. Yeah. or no. I was born in 61. He was born in 2012 in December. That's that hard math for me. I hate the 61. It throws me off.
No, you were right. 51.
And then I turned 52 in May. Well, I don't know. What are you going to do? Like I said, I probably should have went to YouTube about how to learn to whistle. He can whistle a little bit. So I'm just going to leave it alone because he'll figure it out. Just like he did snapping his fingers when I kind of put his fingers in the position and I said, now watch me. I'm going to go real slow. And he just kept, I always tell him practice. That's why I told him on this, nothing different. So now you just got to practice. And boy, when he got a little sound out, he was so happy. Ron, what if Jacob wants makes you want to have kids?
Well, I mean, I want to have kids someday. Just not
I know
tomorrow.
But it's amazing when you have when I mean, I can have a really good conversation with a 6-year-old kid. Now, granted, he is a little advanced, which I give all the credit to my wife for that. For, kind of working with him and doing all that stuff when he was very young. Once he gets over his shyness of being around somebody, he really he opens up and that conversation can go. He's like me that way. What's for dinner, Ron?
Some chicken. Hey, AG, I get enough kid time with my nephews.
Yes, he does. Hey, gee, that was a really nice drawing of Tony Soprano there that you did. Very impressive, sir. Ron did not see it.
I didn't. I'll have to look it up tomorrow.
It's on Facebook. You'll have to go under your wife's account. Go to my fan page and look up AG. or however you can find it. But it was well done. Very well done.
Bullethead says, James would like to know, how long does it take for you to go through a pen?
It just depends, truthfully. This one, I just put a new ink cartridge in, like this brush pen, like the ink in the cartridge.
I think that's what he means.
It depends on how much black. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that black. That's kind of not what I want. I'm gonna put one in here and call it done. Nah, I don't like that shape. See, I'm getting picky, Ron. I'm getting the $20 pick on me.
Uh-oh. Well, you got 20 viewers. You're just over 2 hours deep.
Uh-oh.
2 completed, 2 sketched up, ready to ink. 4 or 5 in line.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get them. Because this will wrap this one up. Dun, 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 dun. Once I sign it. Okay. Ta-da.
AG says, thank you much. Talking about the compliments.
Oh, you're very welcome. Come on, give me a little. I want just a little flourish here. All right. Okay. Now, whoop. I moved everything, didn't I? Now I will. Okay, Joseph, you are clear for. You can give us a nice thumbs up there.
He says, that's awesome, John. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it very much and hope to see you again. Now I should go.
Eldon Cooper comes in and says, that storm looks great. So much attention to detail for a quick sketch.
Yeah, that's kind of a fault of mine. I don't understand quick. Sometimes I think I do, but I need to be slapped around. All right, Spider-Gwen should not be that hard, right? Well, except I'm doing it, so it'll be incredibly tough. Because I'll do the zipatone around the eyes, like.
Joseph says he plans on being back, hopefully when he has more time.
All right, man. Thanks again.
AG also thinks that's a very nice storm.
Well, thank you, AG. That is my favorite storm to draw and or ink. It was, kind of that punk rock look storm, right?
Definitely. It was good. Jason says he has to run for a bit. Be back later. Loving this stream.
All right, Jason. We'll be looking for you. Let's see. Jason has one in the queue or not?
He does. He has the Tim Drake Robin.
Oh, okay.
Noah the Hyper Potato is here. He wants to know, where's the Sergeant Rock Atari Force double page spread?
Wow. Where's the $100,000? That would be a hard thing to draw. $100K, I'll come paint that on your wall, though. It'll be a mural. Right, Ron? Sound about right?
Painted on his house. All four
right.
sides.
There you go. Wraparound. Instead of a wraparound cover, I'll wraparound cover his house. He's got to furnish the supplies, though, too. Because that would take a lot of paint, I'm sure.
Eldon wants to know, being his first time on your live stream, how often do you do these sketch sessions?
The fast and cheap sketch sessions, about what, once a month?
So far, yeah.
Yeah, about once a month for these. The more in-depth ones, if you look at my other videos, you'll see a daily live draw, and I do those Monday through Friday most of the time. Although I had a what?
Barring major holidays and personal sick days.
Yeah. Yeah, like I had happen Tuesday. Disaster struck. Do I dare mention pollen again? You know, that big snowstorm is supposed to be coming, right?
I don't think we're getting any snow, so I've not paid attention.
No, I'm not either, but I'm just saying for our friends up north.
Someone is getting some snow, yes.
Somebody is going to get dumped on this weekend, but you know what? You know why I'm thinking that? New England. That could affect that game. That could affect that game.
They'll have to go dig out that snowblower.
That's right. They'll have to take it down off the wall of shame. I mean fame.
Bullethead says he always misses the live draw. Stupid work.
Well, do you watch the replays? I hope, and like them. Life said I can't have 100K.
Eldon wants to know if you have any plans on going back to Dallas this year. His son and him met you in Louisville, Texas about 2 years ago.
Mike, Zach, and I will actually be back at the, what do they call it? We were there last year. We're back there this year at the North Dallas or North Texas comic book show. And that is in Dallas. So that's February 2nd and 3rd. So not too far away. We'll be there.
Steven says cold Sunday for the Patriots in the 20s. No snow. AG says they told him to brace for a winter event this weekend. 3 inches now.
A winter event. I love that.
He says big whoop.
Yeah. He already had like I forget what it was he showed me that morning or somebody did. Like 18 inches or 80. Yeah, I don't know. It was snow drifts and
Eldon says North Texas Comic Show.
Yes.
He said, awesome. They don't have you on the guest list.
Yeah, they do. Go where it's like continue or like on the first page or like show all guests or more guests or whatever. I got my plane ticket, so I know I'll be there. They're just flying me out. Then they're going to go, oh, never mind. Wouldn't it? Yeah. What are you doing here? That'd be funny. Not really. That would cause a lot of distress.
Eldon found it, and Craig wants to know if anyone here is going to the DeLand comic show on Sunday.
That's this Sunday. This Sunday. That's right, Jared. That is this Sunday. I mean, Jared.
Craig.
No, I was talking to you. I'm sorry for calling you Jared. You do look like you and Pat could be brothers, though.
Same papa.
I forgot about that show being Sunday. And the North Texas comic book show, and I think they call it the North Texas Comic Book Convention show now or something, so they don't get in trouble with you know who. Do you know who? Ron?
Nope.
San Diego.
Ah.
You are allowed to use comic convention, like the whole term. They don't want you using con.
So they've trademarked the word con?
I think they've trademarked Comic Con. And, you know, con is just a abbreviated for convention. So I don't even know how they got away with that. They did it back in, I think, 94, 95. I guarantee if they applied for that today, anybody, they wouldn't get it. It would be like Expo, you know. I would like to see someone try to trademark Expo. Well, okay, I take that back. I don't want to see anyone try it because they might get it. I doubt it, though. Did Zablo pop out? Or you don't know?
I don't know. He's not popped anywhere. Hoping he pops on.
He's Papa Pump. Do you remember Papa Pump?
Big Papa Pump.
Yep.
Holla if you hear me.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, my nephews, when they were younger and I lived in Orlando, they used to come over. And was it Monday or Tuesday night that had the
Monday Night Nitro?
I think so.
When he first came out before it went to Monday Night Raw?
Yeah, when they had the New World Order working and
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Craig's here.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I remember my nephews got me like watching that, and then they would come and stay for 3 or 4 weeks in the summer. My sister loved that, I'm sure. That would be the kidney lady, nicknamed sister. I ever tell you this story, or why we call her kidney lady?
No, but just to quickly throw in, Craig says, I'm Big Papa Pop.
He is. He is Big Papa Pop. And he's aiming that at Jared. I think they need a cage match.
That would be good. I would watch that.
I would watch it. That would be a good pay-per-view. I think we should try to set that up. I could stream it.
Live stream it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So you were saying kidney lady.
Yeah, so there's this character that this guy commissioned me. He was a Howard the Duck fan, and I had never heard of Dr. Bong. And it's this character that has like a big bell head. And he wanted like these obscure Howard the Duck characters. Well, I guess if you read the book, they weren't that obscure, but to me, they were obscure. And so I was like, okay. And then he wanted Kidney Lady. And it was just basically kind of like a bag lady character. But when I drew it, and I just kind of drew this lady and stuff, and I made this joke like, it looks like I'm drawing my sister. Not that it really looked like her, but it was good for laughs. Or at least it was at the time. You had to be there, really. But I'll tell the story anyway, because that's the way I am. But anyway, so Mike Cross was in there, and everybody got a good laugh, and my sister wasn't around, and I mean, she wasn't like watching the stream or anything. So now it's like, that's why when she called that day, I said, oh, that was my sister. And he goes, you mean, and that's when we couldn't come up with the name, and then he finally remembered it. So that's how she became known as Kidney Lady. I know. It's more interesting if you know the full history and if you were there.
Hey, Craig says Jared is his tag partner.
Oh. They did that switcheroo, Ron.
They're going to be a tag team known as the Legion of Gloom.
I'm surprised no Trebeks have come out except mine tonight.
I was trying to behave. I wanted to save that for Craig.
Oh, okay.
I can't compete with his Trebek.
Well, he's not coming in the room, I know, or he would have already been in. Did I talk to you on the live stream about what a good Burt Reynolds, Norm Macdonald did? Or was that just us talking on the phone?
Bit of both, perhaps?
Could have been. It was really good though, wasn't it?
It was good.
And I just love the cocky attitude too. When did you get here? I've been here all the time. And that's how I figure Bert would be. You know, it's just like, what do you mean? You know, it's like, Craig had something on Burt Reynolds on his blog. I think it was an older post that gets reposted. Just it may have been today. Do you remember when Bert was doing some comic book conventions like a few years back?
I don't. Was it for Smokey?
No. Yeah, I don't. It's just he did like about I want to say maybe 3 or 4. And I didn't get a chance to see him, but I think he was at one show I was doing, and people were like, "Man, you know, he is very frail." And you never think of Burt Reynolds being like that frail old man, or at least I don't.
Eldon enjoyed the turd Ferguson remarks. And Steven, he loves Norm Macdonald. He has tickets to see him in March. He saw him at one in Massachusetts.
Norm is good. I like Norm. He was just on the Stern show, I think, or was that on a repeat? I can't remember, but it was good. He's always, you know, he seems to always deliver. He's like well, I was going to say he's like the USPS, but I am concerned about Dr. Kaz's drawing. Luckily, I have tracking, so I can see where it is. I leave those in my car so they don't get lost in my office, Ron.
That is good. They would get lost in your office.
Yes. Yes, I believe you are right, sir.
So I was just having to read the San Diego Comic-Con trademark lawsuit that went on.
With Salt Lake?
Yeah, I can't believe that. So I guess they decided that Comic-Con was actually a brand and nobody could use Comic-Con thereafter without paying licensing fees.
Mm-hmm. And though part of the reason the lawsuit happened was, from what I understand, so this is hearsay, when Salt Lake started, they had a real expensive Audi, and they had a vehicle wrap around it advertising their show. And I think they may have even had some loudspeakers attached, like going around San Francisco talking about come to a real Comic-Con and stuff, kind of stirring the pot.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point, I think San Diego decided they would take action. And I believe, and it may be there in that information that you have, I believe that said that Salt Lake has invested like $2 million, or it spent $2 million on the suit so far for nothing. Well, to try to, you know.
I'm trying to see any reference to that. I'm not.
That was in that was reported, the financial thing. Plus, I think they have to pay attorney's fees for San Diego since it was ruled against them.
Yeah. The San Diego was asking for $12 million in damages. The jury awarded $20,000
Okay,
for
was that?
directive advertising. They found it to be not intentional infringement.
Wow. How could they? That seems like like they found them guilty and then but they didn't want to punish them too bad, so they just said, it's unintentional. How could that be unintentional?
Well, I mean, I could see anybody just saying Comic Con. They're not necessarily trying to steal San Diego glory.
Yeah, no, I get it, but it's voila. Now I do on this one want to erase a little bit of the construction lines on the face. Such a clean little costume. It kind of needs a little, especially here in the eyes where it's drawn through. It just doesn't quite. I'll leave some in the webbing, a little bit. Na, 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 na. Get a little bit of this out. Okay. Now, Steven's daughter can color this up. That wouldn't be bad. Let her color it.
Steven says the Spider-Gwen looks great. Thanks. His daughter Lucy loves it. She has the spot on her wall already picked out.
All right. Tell Lucy thank you. Does he want me to sign it to Lucy, maybe? I can do that right now.
Let's see if he answers.
And, it could be CIE. I think it's probably Y, but just in case.
He spelled it with a Y.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see that now.
Maybe he spelled it wrong.
Well, I hope not.
He says that would be great.
To sign it to her?
Yeah.
Okay. To Lucy. Ta-da! I was hoping that whole time I didn't say to Lucky. It's just the CKY, I'm like, okay. So that one. Little Mohawk Storm and Captain America. And a lot of chit chat but we're moving. Got a Tim Drake here. What else do we have? Let me see.
Still have to do an Iron Man.
Yep.
A classic Hawkeye, a Gambit, and somebody screaming.
Yes. Boy, I'm a busy man. Let's see. So Storm Mohawk. Check that off. Gambit. Bullets. Hawkeye. Who do you think? I know Dr. Kaz can trust me. I'm good with him. I'm waiting. Taters dealt with me before. These other two have not. So I want to I could ink this Tim Drake, but I figure I want to pencil another one real quick. Gambit. He's got the hair going on and the face mask that. But then, does he have a little goatee action or something?
Uncanny X-Men. What was it? 221.
Was that his first appearance?
Somewhere in the 200s.
Let's see.
No, that 221 was Mr. Sinister. This was 280 something.
I'm just gonna Google him up.
Well, that would be smart.
Gambit. Of course, it always defaults now to like the movie images. Okay, here he is. Yeah, he has this. Let's see what we got going here. There's the animated version. Sometimes the animated versions are good because they're clear, and then it kind of lets me do my thing. It doesn't influence me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he does have that headpiece. His ears come through. He's got the spiked up hair. Let's see what this one. His eyes here appear black with like red pupils, but that can't be right, can it? Here we go. Yeah, he does have like some dark pupils or something going on, or some dark eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe is that if Adam's still in, maybe he can confirm that while I sketch it out. And he does have a kind of a long face. As I can, well, the reference all kind of seems like he has a kind of a long, thin face, lean. I guess being a mutant, you don't have to have a big, muscular bodybuilder body. But I do believe his eyes are. It's almost like they're the reverse. The whites are dark, and then he's got. It's almost like a blind eye, kind of. Well, no, this one is showing. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Anybody can play along if you know the answer.
So what I'm seeing is red with a black pupil.
Well, black where the whites are normally.
I'm seeing red where the white is. Is that
right?
Yeah,
you're right.
I'm trying to get a good zoom on. It was Uncanny 266 was Gambit's first appearance.
Yeah, you're right. His it's red where the whites are, so I guess I can just kind of do a black He was like was he Cajun or something?
Yes.
What was Yes.
He always spoke in like Creole.
Right.
Broken.
Yeah, something like that. I knew there was something else about him that. And he was actually the character that I think I may have told this story, at least you. I inked a Andy Kubert drawing, which was on that 3D card on the cover of his first issue, of Andy Kubert's first issue of Uncanny. And Let's see. He seems to always be smiling, it seems, unless he's screaming. All right, so then this thing comes down and hits his cheek. Doo-doo-doo. And then, okay, he didn't quite have a goatee, but he has a little bit of stubble, so I knew there was something there in the way of a beard or facial hair.
Now, did you ever follow the X-Men very much?
Me?
Yeah, you.
When Byrne was doing it, when Claremont and Byrne and Austin were doing their run, yeah, that was. I got Zablo reading that. Plus, I also got Zablo reading Frank Miller's Daredevil, and probably a few other things. Because I lent him the books from my collection because they were, maybe I was, well, the X-Men, I think I was further in because they had done it longer. And then Miller, I don't think Miller had even taken over writing Daredevil yet when I told him, that. And I can't remember who was writing the issues that Miller started off drawing. And then I think that guy eventually left the book because the book was not selling well. And I think that's when Marvel just pretty much gave Frank the book and said, we're going to cancel it. Do what you want.
Roger McKenzie.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's weird then. That doesn't make sense because McKenzie was, he was always to me a decent writer, a good writer. I like Roger. So.
Well, let's see. I think it was said that was when Frank Miller made his debut on McKenzie's final.
Yeah, maybe Roger decided to leave the book.
So, per Wikipedia, Daredevil 158, Miller's debut on that title, was the finale of an ongoing story written by Roger McKenzie.
What year was that?
1979.
Okay, so maybe I did introduce him to Miller's writing then.
And then they moved McKenzie to another project so Miller could try writing the series himself.
Well, I think McKenzie didn't Roger write like a bunch of Spider-Man? That's kind of what I'm remembering from him.
Let me follow up on that. Marvel Comics has him listed as Battlestar Galactica, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Daredevil, Ghost Rider, Iron Man, Marvel Fanfare, Marvel Super Special number 8, Marvel Team Up.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of Roger Stern. My bad. When you started reading those titles, then it got clear to me.
Oh, Craig is back. He says, I got Beatty reading X-Men, Daredevil, and a few others.
Yeah.
And he came in with Roger McKenzie.
He was reading Kung Fu, Master of Kung Fu, and Conan when we knew each other for a while, and then I told you the story about the girlfriend and yada yada yada. And he's like, "Well, what are some good books?" And I said, "Well, this is what I'm reading." He borrowed them, then he wound up buying them from our buddy Jim Ivy in the back issue bin.
Craig says, and Marvel Team Up.
He knew nothing about these books. I think I also introduced him to the work of Jim Starlin.
Did you have a favorite X-Men?
Me? Wolverine. I think everybody's favorite at the time. And your favorite X-Men?
Well, I don't know if he counts as an X-Men. I would say Magneto. Villain of X-Men.
Right. But didn't he join forces with them at one point?
Oh, I'm sure they helped each other back and forth. I don't know the whole story arc. Bullet Heads asks, who have you always wanted to work with but haven't had a chance?
That's a good question. Let me think about that, because I'm sure I actually got to, of course, work with, most of the people that I wanted to. I was lucky enough to. I always wanted to ink a George Tuska story. Don't know if you know who he is, but never got to work with him. His work always seemed fun. Let's see, who else? Who else would I have liked to ink but never got a chance to?
Craig says that would be me.
Oh, I worked with him. We used to have a Batman or Wolverine drawing we did. I would always do the drawing, and then he would take it and go, no, it's all wrong. And he would take a Sharpie and put the eyeballs, and people would freak out. Actually, it was quite humorous, we thought.
Bullethead says Magneto has tried to be good a few times.
The man just has problems. He can't governor it. There's something in that mutant gene. The bad gene pool, right? The bad gene gray. There, see, I just created a new character. The bad Jean Grey, unless there already was one.
Would that be the Dark Phoenix?
Yes, you caught me on it. I guess it would. I was thinking, well, was she bad or? Yeah, I guess she was. See, Ron, it's my end game. That's why I say, actually, in chess, the starting is kind of similar. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
But then you get to this midpoint where you got to make a decision. It's finally time to take a piece. And that's where it's like you take the wrong piece or move something that you don't see. There's like, it's protected by 3 different pieces or something because you're so, caught up in one particular move that you want to make. And all it takes is that one collapse and boom. Somebody beat me today, and I should have beat them. I let them bring their queen down within like 2 or 3 moves on purpose, and then they just destroyed me. I couldn't stop it once it started. I just left the game. the guy wouldn't give me. I kept asking for I wanted to resign, and they have to accept it.
Craig says the best bad guy that never was, the Mimic.
That's true. That's one we created.
Kaz is back. He says, "Howdy. Did you
Howdy.
Did you ever create comic characters?"
I have some that I've created right now, and Craig Zablo and I need to get to work on it this year. But before that, when I was a young lad, yes, I had created my own comic characters, the wonderful Crime Smasher. Now, this is all when I was about 15 years old, so Crime Smasher, who I believe we actually had a story published. Well, actually, I had a story published with Crime Smasher through Tim Corrigan's Superhero Comics that I wrote, penciled, and inked. And then I penciled one, Jerry Ordway inked it, and Craig Zablo scripted it. I think I plotted it. And I can't remember the name of the character, but maybe Craig can. The Slayer. That's who it was. The Slayer. So, good names, right?
Frogman.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what Jim Ivey called it, because every character I drew kind of looked like I guess a frog. Jim was making fun of me.
Craig says the Slayer.
Yep. Craig has actually been at some conventions, and it's funny. People will come up and have me sign that book. Now, this hasn't happened in a while, and I'll mention that Craig wrote it, and they're like, "Oh, will you sign it?" It's like so funny. He's there, so he signs it. Unlike me, though, Craig does not charge for his autograph. But of course, that's his only book, so he doesn't have a lot to sign. Okay, what am I doing? What am I looking for? Oh yeah, I want to get his features in with a pen here. So his eyes are just red, so I really just need to. It kind of looked like his pupil and iris were bigger than normal, though, right? Or is that just me? That's what I kind of took away, because I don't know if it was just a red fooling me, but it looked like it was kind of bigger.
Your interpretation.
Okay.
some of these pictures, it looks like the iris is red, the sclera is black, and the pupil is black.
You mean like the little ring?
The color part of your eye, for him, the color's red, the pupil's still black, and the white is black.
This is just so small, though.
It is.
I'm just making it kind of a little bit bigger in here, just to give it that kind of oddball look.
Craig says you did a Christmas story as well.
Yes, we did. He's bringing out all the hits now. We did it, and it was actually, I really liked it. I did it in a nice little cartoony animated style. I colored it, lettered it. That was for the Tampa convention before it was sold to the current owners of Imaginarium. I think it was the last one that the guy that started the show did, and he wanted to do a book because his show was in December, and I think he sent a thing around, and I was just like, I think Craig became a guest at that show because he actually did the story. Because he sent it to me, and I onboarded Craig to do the writing. I said, "Hey, you want to come up with a like little 3-page story for Christmas?" And he came up with a good little story. I don't know where I have one right now. Show. I'm sure Craig still has some. I would imagine. And I'm pretty sure on my hard drive I still have the art. I gave your mother the hard drive last night, Trebek. Okay, I had to laugh at it.
Craig says collector's issues.
Yep. Actually, if I had thought about it, I could make that into like a little Christmas card. I could republish it. Because it was 3 pages. I could do like I'd do like a front of a card, like Merry Christmas, and then just do like the 3 pages of the story. So it'd be like a little Christmas card.
That would work.
Yeah, it would be. And being as though it would just be a back and front print, it would not be expensive to do. Yeah.
The signing you were talking about having you were signing, Craig was signing, and it made me think of the Celebrity Jeopardy with Let It Snow, Let It Snow, and one of them was what color is snow, and Sean Connery buzzes in with like, what is yellow,
right?
And Alex is like, well, that's wrong or incorrect, and Sean Connery is like, are you sure? I made some yellow snow yesterday. spelled your name in the snowbank. Of course, it was in your mother's handwriting.
Oh. You know, what's funny is who was that guy that was doing Connery?
I have no idea.
Because at least Norm Macdonald kind of looked like Burt Reynolds, you know, but the Connery guy was like just some heavy set guy, and I don't know. But
Daryl Hammond.
But you know, he pulled it off because of the accent and stuff. He did, I thought, really well. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Bullet Heads and Eldon both say Daryl Hammond.
So they know who it was. Yes?
Yes.
I did not. I did not know. Boy, that was a popular skit, though.
It was.
They did enough of them. I wonder how many the final count was. I hear Google churning away now. What is?
Craig says, listen to me now and hear me later.
They had a movie. Now there's one they really, you know, you can't do a movie out of that skit. That's like, you know, a couple minutes and you're out. I mean, they did have a movie, but to me, there's not enough potential there, right? Well, I don't know. They did it.
I could watch that for probably a solid 90 minutes.
Really? Well, yeah, I get it. Yeah. I can't even, you know, I remember seeing it. I don't remember the plot. Was it had to involve Arnold, I'm sure. Because didn't they always want to meet him, or, you know, did they ever, did
Hans
they
and
meet?
Franz?
Yeah, that's what I was is that not what you guys were talking about? Did I roll off the train somewhere?
I don't, that could have been me.
Oh, you could watch 90 minutes of the Trebek stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm talking about the Hans and Franz, that they got a movie, and that's kind of that's stretching that skit then.
90 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they actually had a movie, right? If I remember correctly.
$2015.
Wow, it's even, I thought it was earlier than that.
They did have it earlier, but that's when they finally got to meet Schwarzenegger on an SNL skit.
Oh, okay.
All right, Eldon Kimson says, this has been great, guys. Have to run, but I'll check you next time. Have a great evening.
All right, Eldon. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it.
Joseph has escaped death's clutches. He's back for a bit. Who's being sketched now?
Gambit.
So since Joseph is back, are you going to be doing Robin next?
I believe I should because it's penciled. And then I have a Hawkeye, a cap. No, a cap. Iron Man for Tater, and Dr. Kaz's Screaming Hero. Screaming Hero. Well, glad you could make it back, Joe. Maybe dinner was waiting. And he had to, you know.
Jason says yes. Joseph says nice. He was always a great character.
Who's that?
Gambit.
Gambit here? Can you feel it? Why am I singing that? I have no idea. You know what? It does have me concerned. So after I finish this real quick, I am going to take a quick break, run to the restroom, but I'm also going to, and Ron, you know where my car's at, so it's real close. I'm going to run to my car and get that tracking receipt for Dr. Kaz because he should have had that. Trying to think if, I think, yeah, it was Monday. He should have it. I would like to know just where it is because it's kind of driving me crazy. It's my OCD on that kicking in.
The postman has it hung up at their house.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something?
One could not blame them.
Well, that ain't right. Because that should be there. There should be no excuses for that. You know, Dr. Kaz should have that. You know who I've seen do and I don't know if he's, I know I've seen a sketch, and it may just be one or two. Lee Weeks does a really good Gambit drawing. Of course, Lee Weeks draws everything really nice. Are you familiar with his work?
I can't say that I am. Is it Lee Weeks?
Yeah, Lee, and then Weeks like the week with a S.
He's got some nice work.
Yeah. Did you find a Gambit sketch in any of that you're browsing real quick? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen him do one before. I like an ink wash drawing that was just beautiful. Or maybe Copics or something.
I
I know.
just did his
Yeah.
name. Let me specifically look for Gambit.
I know he's done a couple of real nice Nick Fury pieces too. So Sunday, are you going to bring what you were inking a bit?
Saturday?
Or yeah, tomorrow. You got to remind me.
Yes, I will.
For some reason, I got hung up on Sunday. Maybe that's because last time you were here on Sunday, right?
It was, and I was thinking going into the next work week, I really kind of want to take Sunday off and just get a little nothing in.
Yep, I hear you. And watch those Patriots lose.
Yeah. All right. Jason says agreed. He loves Lee Week's Gambit.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if Lee did a mini series or what. I think he maybe did. Or maybe he did something where Gambit was one of the major players.
Steven pops back in, and whenever you say the Patriots, hey, go Pats.
He's got to defend his team.
Hey, at least you know he's listening.
That's right. If it was the Dolphins, we'd be doing the same. When it's the Dolphins,
I don't know. I think that I owe them and should give up on them halfway through.
Well, yeah, Mike Zeck gave up on him. Like, he's the smart one decades ago or whatever. I think when Marino retired. No, did Don Shula stay like
90s?
Yeah, but was Marino gone before Don?
No, I think Don went first and Marino left in, I want to say 98.
Okay. Maybe it was when Shula retired, I think. I think Zach was kind of like, he didn't care that much anymore. But I do appreciate Eli Manning and those Giants for that Super Bowl win.
Right? Could you imagine having to listen to the Patriot fans?
No.
With their billions of Super Bowl rings and another perfect season?
Like I said, I think that if there ever is another perfect season, I think there needs to be an asterisk by it.
AG says Steve, I'm going to say this probably wrong, Scrossi had a great run on Gambit there.
I think it is Scrossi. I inked a Wolverine cover over him. I can't remember what the numbering was, but it was really cool. And I think he was going to he did do like a 4-issue mini, and I was supposed to ink it for some reason. And then at the last minute, I think Steve started doing some storyboards for the Matrix or something, and it got pulled off of the schedule and never to return to me, because I can't remember what happened. Well, when him doing storyboards, he it kind of got off schedule instead of on, and it was just like, okay, it's over. It'll be done when he's done. And by that time, I think, I was moving on to other stuff. Can't remember, but oh well, it happens. All right, let me take a break. I'm going to run down and check. I'm going to check and grab that tracking thing.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go get some coffee.
All right, so we'll have radio silence for a while, people. Please stay tuned. Be about 5 minutes, I think. Can't mute my headphones for some reason. But I'm back. All right, so I have my well, thank you, AG. Let me let's see. I'm gonna pull this up. Let's see. Well, this guy, he was so nice. He even highlighted the tracking numbers for me. Okay, track a package. Let's put these numbers in here and see what's up. All right, package. Gotta be kidding me. In transit. January 11th. Dr. Kaz, it is still in transit as of January 11th. And I sent this out Monday the 7th at 4:21 p.m. Incredible. Well, at least we know it's not, we know it's in transit. I guess, right?
Right.
That's the good thing. The bad thing is it should have been there. All right, so have we gained any subscribers besides the one?
Let's take a look at where you sit.
Because I was at 130.
136.
Really? Wow. I like that. We're moving up. I got to hit that 150. I remember I said I wanted to maybe hit 150 by the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
And that was before I even had, I think I was around 120. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. All right. So, what do I got left? Let me see. I got this Tim Drake. Got that. And a Hawkeye. Okay, so Gambit is done. That's Adam. I don't know if Adam, were you still here? Or do you know if he was still here or stepped out or?
He did not say. Adam, if you're there, let us know.
Yep, just letting you know you're done. Let's see. So I got 4. What I'm thinking is I am going to, oh man. I want to see if perhaps if I'll do this Hawkeye, that'll get me done. If Dr. Kaz and Tater would mind if I do theirs tomorrow, or you're coming tomorrow, Ron.
I can reschedule if you've got to work.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'll if I don't do them tomorrow, I'll do them Sunday. I just want to make sure it's okay with them if I continue it you know,
Mhm.
if I don't get them done tonight, I'd rather, rather be a little fresh. I didn't think I was going to get hit with so many tonight. I was kind of shocked when they started coming in. Okay, I see Dr. Kaz says no worries. And I don't know if Tater was still in the room. Thank you, Bullet.
Kaz said no worries. That was in regards to the tracking and the
Oh,
shipping.
okay. All right. Well, at least he's still.
He'd probably still say no worries.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ink this Tim Drake, and then I will have the Hawkeye to do, and that will take care of anyone who I haven't dealt with before, just so they can feel comfortable in the fact that
Yep.
I'm doing the work. Let's see. I think I'm going to go back now from the brush marker to my actual brush. Sometimes like to even mix that up. So,
Bullet Head says, great show tonight.
thank you, Bullet. Appreciate that very much, and good to see you in the room. First time for me.
Steven says he loves the first appearance of Tim Drake as Robin cover by Perez and Dick Carlo.
Mike DiCarlo. I've known Mike quite a while. He's well, he used to be a Connecticut guy, so he started out with Dick Giordano and Frank McLaughlin. I kind of wish there was and I don't know if there is, like a list of people that were still, like in the room. Only for the fact that then we'd know if, I don't know if Tater took off. But I could always email him real quick and just say, you know what? Went a little longer than I expected, had a few more than I expected, and would rather hit you up when I'm a bit more rested. And for the most part, everybody's fine.
What is your favorite pose to draw for Batman?
Is that a question from you or?
Yeah, from me.
Um,
Full figure pose.
yeah, I know. That's hmm. I never really thought of that. I guess, and it's like everybody always says, you know, it's 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 always Batman on a rooftop, cape blowing in the wind, and I guess that would be my favorite, and I guess the reason for that is it's, you can do it over and over, and each time you have to try to come up with a different idea. You can't repeat it too much, so to speak. I mean, you can, but you can't really just mass produce it, so to speak, as an original. I mean, as a print, yeah, you could, but I think you know what I meant. There's something about the iconic look of, actually, I guess any superhero overlooking the city. Like one of my favorite covers that Zek and I did is Captain America 284, where he's on the ledge and the flag is down below him, and he's just looking down, kind of somber. It's a quiet cover. It's not an action cover or anything like that, but it just really is a powerful. In its quietness, it's a powerful cover, just as powerful as some of the action ones, if not more so. I bet Dr. Kaz gets that drawing tomorrow. Although that's just ridiculous. Isn't it, Ron?
That's a little bit of a time, being that he's only maybe a couple 100 miles at best.
Yeah. Like I said, if I would have started Monday, I could have walked it up there.
Well, that's because you take big steps.
You know who walks fast? Mike Zek. That man can walk fast. Oh man, he's always walked fast. I'll be in New York, when I used to go up and we'd go into New York City, and I did not know my way around. All of a sudden, he'd be like a half a block ahead of me. And I'd be like, doesn't he realize I don't know where I'm at? You think he would like slow down a bit. Kind of funny.
He may have thought you'd realize you didn't know where you were at and you'd keep up.
I was trying.
And each one of your legs are 4 foot. You could take an 8-foot pace. How could you not keep up?
I don't. I've talked to his sister Cindy and stuff, and his other sister Roberta, and I'm like, Mike walks fast. I said, he doesn't even wait, when you get so far ahead, and they're like, yeah, we know. And I'm like, so it's not just me. They're like, oh no. No, it's like he almost glides. Godlike, he almost glides across wherever he's walking. He's fast. Do you think Kaz and Tater like left the room?
They may have fallen asleep. So if they left you on where they can hear you and they fell asleep, you could give them subliminal messages.
Yes. Well, I still got a Hawkeye to do. Speaking of Hawkeye, mask is kind of similar to this, only it's much bigger. To this Tim Drake, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It covers his whole, and then he's got the H shape up top to reinforce the who it is.
AG says, so you're going to stream again tomorrow then? Question mark.
Perhaps, yeah. Once I get, because I'll be here with. Wait a minute, Ron. You're coming to town.
I am. We can do it.
Well, it would have to be after I. It'll be in the afternoon, but I'll only have 2 to do, so I'll only be like 4 hours.
Shannon's in the room now. He says, glad I found you before I go to bed.
Hey, Shannon.
And Kaz is back. He says he's present. He's multitasking.
Wow. Kaz, I was just saying, Dr. Kaz, I might need to get to your and Tater's drawing tomorrow or Sunday, if that is okay with you guys. And I did track your, I think he already answered that, right?
No. That was about going to get the tracking. He said no worries, but
I tracked it, and I don't know if you heard, it still, believe it or not, says it's in transit, which has me ready to like go postal, pun intended. Shannon, did you receive your piece of artwork from me this week?
Tater just came back in. He has, yeah, he says have to miss the rest anyway, so I'm good with his tomorrow, no problem.
All right. I don't mind being inundated inundated with requests, but I didn't think I would get what I get. 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did not think I would get 8 tonight, so.
Shannon said he received his package. It's been like Christmas again.
All right. Now, see, that makes no sense. Shannon is fairly close. I won't disclose his location because that's personal, but he's not that far away. But I think Dr. Kaz is in the long run closer. So that really is. But from what I understand now, the Postal Service is not involved so much with the government. They're kind of not quite privately owned, but it's split somehow or something.
All right.
Or at least
Well,
that's what my mom's telling me.
Jerome Lee's in. He says, "Hey, John."
Hey, Jerome, got the PayPal, got the message. Thank you very much. Been busy working on stuff, and we'll just take things in order. But I appreciate the payment as you promised, and once I get a few other commissions that were before yours out of the way, I will indeed start yours promptly.
All right. So to catch up on a bit, AG goes, when he orders stuff from Dick Blick, it takes a week or so to get there, and it's only 45 minutes away from the warehouse. So
I think he told me that or something. That's
Craig
just
popped,
insane.
yeah, Craig popped back in. He said, "Nice job, Big J."
Thank you, sir.
Jerome was asking what he missed today. Are you doing multiple $20 sketches?
Well, yeah, I got a list that I always seem to can't finish because I put a little too much. I always want to do real quick, and then something holds me back from getting a little too loose. I get to a certain level, and then I'm like, I could really loosen up on that, but I can't. I can, but I can't.
So Kaz says, no rush, no worries. Again, tomorrow's good.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kaz, as always. And I'm apologizing for the post office or whatever is holding up your piece of artwork, because I was really hoping you would have that. You should have had it. I mailed it Monday. You should have had yours Wednesday easy.
Craig says he didn't hear the answer about DeLand.
Answer for what?
Are you wanting to go?
Not really, because I have to be here to pick up my wife from work.
Now, is this one for Craig? Does he have a show down there?
No. This is for Tom, the guy that does the Daytona show. It's his show.
Yeah, but Craig's not doing like a booth, or he's not going to be
Nah,
down there or anything?
Nah, Craig never sets up. He doesn't have anything to set up. He would just go as, to hang out for a while, and then
Okay.
like if I was set up there or something, he would tag along and just, But Tom does want me, and I think I told you, Ron, that, and in case you don't know, Brick City in Ocala, October 19th. So Tom wants me to be there, and I told him, I said, well, it's a one-day show. I can't promise you I'm going to be there. He goes, come on, do it. And I'm like, well, I'd like to for a lot of reasons. I haven't been up that way in quite a while, and it's Tom's first show there. So if I'm not doing anything, I definitely will. And I know you'll be there, Ron.
I will go. I will check it out.
Yeah. Nah, I got to support a show up there, man.
So, to answer Craig's question, if he was going to be there, he was doing something, then I would make a trip to do that. But if he's not, I probably will try to stay in my bed.
Yep, because you don't get much of that.
Not at all. AG came in and said, at least it says in transit, and it's not hanging on someone else's wall.
Yeah.
Jerome said, cool, was about to inform you about it here live. Thanks for offering the deal, John. Have to keep my word on my promise. Is this sketch a pre-order or bin?
Oh, this is tonight. a tonight deal. This morning, I had some streaming issues because I had some eye problems and congestion, and I just didn't feel good. And so today I was like kind of missing it, and I was like, wonder if maybe this evening, once I get some stuff out of the way, I'll just do a quick $20 head sketch offer. And I did, and it kind of exploded a little bigger than I thought it would. Not that I'm complaining.
Never. Kaz says he's thinking maybe a Craig screaming for Adrian.
There you go.
He would like a Rocky, though, screaming.
Is that what Kaz said?
Yep.
He's got to be joking. He's got a smiley face after that. I don't trust that.
Trust it. If he doesn't like it, I know somebody who will.
Because, with him screaming, you can really cartoon that up.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that man's face is like rubber. Insert Trebek joke there.
Kaz says he loves Rocky.
I think I remember us having this discussion, right? When Craig was on one night, or maybe when I was doing a Rocky or that piece for Craig.
I believe so.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will do that. And if he's joking, he can let me know. He's got my email. He's got my phone number. He can send me a text, whatever. And say, hey, I was really just playing around the chat room. Don't do that. But I think for $20 he'll take a shot at it, right? Oh, there's oh, that's my sister. That's the liver lady.
Switching organs?
Yeah. She asked me if I'm home yet. And I'm like, why does she? So now I have to ask why, because it's like unusual.
Would she be talking to Bella? Bella's like, he's not home yet.
Yeah, they usually sometimes get a, sometimes my sister, when she gets bored, she'll get a Facebook Messenger going with somebody.
Craig says do it.
Okay, she just saw that I was going to draw tonight as long as people wanted stuff. And I said, yeah, or until I can't really stay awake too much. And I probably could force myself to stay awake, but oh man, this is where if it requires no text back, I don't. Now she wants to know if Bella works tomorrow. Yeah, of course. So maybe she's going to say, well, I can pick her up, which would be great. Now I should ask her. Sorry. I need to put a block on my sister, but I can't because, we both kind of take my mom places when she needs to go. So I never know, and my wife. So I never know if it's an emergency or what. 9 times out of 10, if not more, it's never an emergency. But I'm always worried that it's that one time I ignore her, it's going to be an emergency. Like when my mom broke her wrist last year, she had slipped in the tub. Bella and Jacob were in their room down the hall with the TV on and the door shut. And my mom had her door shut and the bathroom door shut. And so she was screaming and nobody could hear her for like an hour. My sister calls me and asks me if I was home yet. And I said, no, I'm sitting in the Atlanta airport waiting for my connecting flight. And she's like, oh, well, I've been trying to call mom for like an hour. Maybe I should go see if she's okay. All right, so hopefully that'll be the last text from her.
To catch up, Jason says it's so cool getting to watch my own sketch in progress.
Oh, yeah. That's part of the fun that I found out that a lot of people like about this is that, they kind of have it's better than a convention because you get a better view. You're in your own place. And you get to watch start to finish. So I agree. I think it's fun too.
So when Kaz said he wanted Rocky screaming, Craig said do it.
Right.
Then he also said, never force it. That's what your mother said, Trebek.
Kaz did or Craig?
Craig.
Oh.
Kaz said, awesome. I am a Stallone fan. Rocky is in my top 10 ever.
Well, Dr. Kaz, you might know then that Craig Zablo here, you may not know the name, runs the #1 Rocky fan site called the Stallone Zone.
Well, when Kaz said that, Craig said, you are a good man, Dr. K.
And that's why, if Dr. Kaz, maybe he didn't see the streams, we did, I can't remember now, we did the Stallone.
Black Friday.
Yep. And then I did the, I think you were here when I did the
Cobra.
Cobra.
Mm-hmm. Kaz says it's kind of funny. He watched Nighthawks recently.
Good movie. In fact, I kind of liked it when Stallone had that. Wasn't he a little, like, when I say beefier, I mean he wasn't as cut. Seems like he was a little thicker, but more like just meat, and he had the beard. I thought that was a good look for him.
Bullethead says he loves how the cape and collar. Definitely better than trying to sneak a peek at a con.
Yeah. Oh, the rest of the back of the collar is gonna go out this way too. It'll be black or these, dark shadow shapes. So I just finished drawing that. So it kind of just loops around. And then this is just going to be one of those little flourish style things that you've seen me doing tonight. It just, it just adds a little flair. Ron likes a little flair, little Ric Flair. Little Ric Flair. Man, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that to his face, would I? The Nature Boy would come down on me if I called him a little Flair.
He'd be styling and profiling.
Although, interesting story is a friend of mine, Casey Jones, who used to draw comics, who now works for Disney. His sister, I think it was his sister or cousin, one of the two, worked for Ric Flair. And when I lived in Orlando, it was kind of interesting because we got tickets to like the wrestling events. Like he would call me up because he knew I would be the only one that would go with him. So I think I went to two. They had two that he actually had tickets to, and he would hit me up. Hey, let's go, man. So I would always oblige him, and it was fun. It was a good time. And while they weren't the best seats, they weren't the worst either.
All this wrestling talk and Courtney's not around.
Really? I'm trying to remember. Is that she's related to Big Easy, and I haven't seen him in a while. But I know the one time he said that he'd been really busy with stuff or something. Can't remember exactly what it was, but I know he had something going on that he had to do and couldn't break away. I think he was breastfeeding all those kids.
That is right. I remember.
Wasn't that like he said something about feeding kids, and Jared was on that night too, and we were all like, was he breastfeeding them or something?
Mm-hmm.
The thought of that again, just it's not right.
And that's when they stopped showing up,
It is. You're right.
It was the breastfeeding bit.
But see, it was a bit. It was fun. I mean, it wasn't like, meant to harm. Truthfully, sometimes if I don't pick at people, if I don't tease them, that's kind of the way and maybe I get it from my dad because he teased us a lot, So maybe that's how I show my affection, is by teasing people, goosing them a little bit. And hoping they take it the right way. Of course, my wife takes me too literal. So I wind up in trouble a lot. Ron, how do I get out of that? You seem like you might have experience.
Smile, nod, agree.
Boy, that's tough for me to do. Do you know how hard that is for me to do?
Nope. I ain't married to you.
Well, but I mean, just, if I tell somebody the sky is blue and they will argue it with me that it's not, kind of, that's just an example, not a literal one, but it's hard for me to smile, nod, and agree.
Oh, I have practice on the daily with that. I mean, work.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. People say some ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, no, I know. I get that with my mom, and then when I tell her to back it up, she, of course she's not. Yeah, I'm bullying my mom, right? My 91-year-old mom. Everyone hates me now.
Back it up.
Well, I don't kind of, I don't literally say back it up. I just, back it up, Mom. I just got that joke. There's a double. Is that the one you were talking about?
What are you, Jay-Z?
Yeah. Hey, back that up, Mom. I thought, you were playing on the literal, like, okay, Mom, back it up. Back up what you just said. Where's your
No.
fact?
Yeah, no. I'm being immature about it, of course.
Well, okay, and it took me a second to get that, but she does say some stuff, and my mom is in her right mind, so I know it's not anything. She will just say stuff thinking that, I will believe at face value because she said it, and I'm just like, Mom, you're wrong. Nope, I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm like, okay, where did you hear this? I read on the internet, and I'm like, yeah, and the internet's always right. Well, I read in a magazine. Show me. And I swear to God, she will show me where she read it in a magazine. So she does back it up with that. And I'm like, okay, well, this magazine, this article is wrong. It's not mean, is it?
Smile and nod.
I got to practice that. Smile and nod. I'm going to have I need a big sign made for my office. Smile and nod. So I can just look at it when I'm, you know. Smile and nod. Does hypnosis work?
I don't know.
Because I should have that hypnotized into my. I said that like the David Letterman thing. Hypnotized. Help me, help me. I've been hypnotized. You're probably too young to remember that.
Well, I do know David Letterman. I remember it was on. I didn't watch much of it.
It was too late for you. See, that was when I stayed up late. I didn't watch his last however many years. It was one of those things where I started getting up early and I don't know. I just kind of got out of the whole late night thing once I discovered the morning. So
Guy says, funny.
yeah.
I didn't remember the psycho music at the end of Nighthawks.
Really? Did Craig mention it?
Cass.
Or Kaz saw it just recently, so that's why he would remember it. Yeah, if he just said that like without saying he'd just seen it, I would think he was just joking around. I would imagine they have to pay something to use that too, right? That's just not public domain. Whoever wrote that is getting paid again for another movie. Hey, Jerome, if you're still in the room, I know you kind of gave me a little bit of direction on your upgraded Spider-Gwen adding Miles Morales in. If you have an example of that moment where they shared a kiss or some sort of energy or something, and you know where it's at, could you like send me that reference so I can kind of keep that in my memory bank so when I'm drawing that I can kind of have a visual clue? I guess Jerome had told me that he's added Miles into his Spider-Gwen, and I guess they had like some sort of, and I guess she's in another dimension, you know, just like kind of in the movie.
Okay.
But they had like some, I guess, I don't know if he said they shared a kiss or like some sort of romantic, you know, little kiss, little kiss or a hug or something, and he wanted to see if I could try to play that up, and I have no idea where to start looking. I mean,
All right. Well,
I guess
I
like good.
Googled it, and there's a few references out there.
Okay, and so there's some images of like, did they actually do the kiss thing, or was it just implied? I mean, who knows with comics these days, you know?
There's a cover, Spider-Man number 12, one of the newer ones. A few comic pages.
And you know what? Here's the deal. You know, okay, now they're coming out with Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which is Peter Parker, right? And then Miles Morales has Miles Morales Spider-Man. So why couldn't they have just done that all along instead of, you know, oh, Peter was pretty much gone, right? And then it was just Miles Morales. But I think in this new Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man book, they bring Peter back.
I am not up to date on that.
Neither am I. I just see that they have. I know that my buddy Andrew Robinson is doing covers, and I see on Comixology that they're just now releasing the first one. And then they just came out with that Spider-Man book called Miles Morales Spider-Man. So I'm like, okay, that to me seems like the right way to do stuff. You know, that would be the way it probably should have been done at the start. Maybe it took them a while to think that far ahead. All right, yay. Yay, team. Now, see,
On to Hawkeye.
that's right. And you see, Dr. Kaz is such a joker. I don't know if maybe he's putting that psycho music in there reference to see if we did bite. I get to thinking, I'm like, okay, is he playing back now, you know? Craig would know if anyone.
Craig would know. Jason said maybe it took a new EIC at Marvel to figure it out. And he loves the Robin, John.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you subscribe to the channel and hope to see you again when I'm streaming. So I'm going to put this over here so it can dry. Okay. And let's see. So we have, that's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Kaz and Tater are going to be tomorrow or Sunday. And so for bullets, I've got Hawkeye. And it is the original Hawkeye. So I actually the newer Hawkeye is just like a guy with short hair, right?
Right.
I mean, as far as a headshot goes, you got nothing. You just got, you know.
And you'll have, 5 arrows
Where?
behind them. You'll have 5 arrows. After that, it's over.
Yeah, because I mean, unless you're drawing the whole figure or down more, it's like you got nothing. It's like, well, I'll say this. At least on that one, you don't have a bunch of pouches and stuff. Although now, didn't his girlfriend become Hawkeye now or some? Or didn't they switch? Or I can't remember now what happened. But was her name Kate or something?
I don't know. Bullethead says buzz cut and sunglasses. It's kind
Yeah,
of boring.
it is. I mean, I think maybe in the book, if it's written well, I think it could work. But man, as far as just a visual, like just to draw it, it's like, really? Okay. This one I'm going to kind of pull up close to. I'm going to pull up a little closer. Yeah, even his nose shows through. That's right. We get nose. Uh-oh, what was that? Let me get a little more structure in first before I start drawing features. How about that? How about I do it a little better?
Bullethead says, I'm not familiar with Kate Bishop other than her being a young Avenger. She does
Yeah.
appear in the Old Man Hawkeye Limited that just wrapped up.
See, I know the only thing I know about that is I did a commission of her probably 8 years ago or so when it first was, and I was like, is this the new Hawkeye? I had no idea. And then I kind of did like the look of the art that the guy that started the book. It was very simplistic and it moved the story along. It looked like at a good clip. So I'm just pulling out of the air myself as far as just that, again, taking a character and totally, I was like, is this the new Hawkeye? And then I saw like, well, here's the guy, and then here she is with, why has she got the bow and arrow? Did it switch over? I don't know. Don't know why I can't get this nose right. Let's just forget about that. There it is. I'm going to give him kind of a... Got to open his eyes up a bit or do something with him. I know. I'm going to have him looking this way. There we go.
Kaz says, I pity the fool that don't believe in Rocky.
I'll tell you, it is a good story. The him holding out. I mean, you got to admit the whole. I don't know. He had a great career, and it went bumpy, and it picked up again, and it went bumpy, and he couldn't get anything, and I guess in the end, he's kind of been like Rocky himself because, he was pretty much couldn't even buy a role there for a while, right? And then, they finally did Rocky Balboa and people praised it. And I guess I haven't seen them, but I guess the Creed movies are really well received. Carl Weathers, I think he was at a convention I was at some years ago. I think he was, maybe he was considering trying to do a few shows, and maybe he didn't really, it didn't pan out for him, or, I don't know. I just seem to remember him being at a show, at least one. Burgess Meredith could have been there for, for Rocky and for the Batman show, right? Am I right on that? As Mickey?
I'll have to.
I think he didn't Burgess Meredith play Mickey, or am I just totally losing my mind now?
I don't know who his name was.
Do you remember the guy that played the Penguin in? Yeah, it was Burgess. It had to be, or else I'm really going kooks, and I don't want to do that. All right.
Burgess Meredith was Mickey.
All right, so I'm not losing my mind. Sleep deprivation is not setting in yet. Okay, and this is for bullet heads.
Bullethead said he met him once walking in New York City way back in the late 80s. Kaz says, "It's okay. Mickey loves you."
That's right.
Bulletheads is loving it, and I think he's talking about his Hawkeye.
All right. We're gonna do something a little artistic here and let this side fade off and put all the. See, this is I like doing this type of stuff. Although sometimes people don't want to take the ride with me, but I think I'm good.
AG says, "Dang, already looks good."
I need to stop then.
AG just came in saying, yes, it was him playing Mickey.
I don't know why it was like one of those things where I kind of just forgot that second. I'm like, is that really?
Now, is Hawkeye a good shot at anything, or is it just more of an archery thing?
I think it's just archery. I think Bullseye's the one that he can take anything, but he's the villain, as you know. But he's the one that's deadly with anything that can be thrown, or he probably can't shoot a bow and arrow, but he can do anything else. this is where I like to be here as far as like the quick, looser sketches. This
Mm-hmm.
is like, this is where I feel um, I've kind of hit my stride. I feel relaxed and, but it takes me a while to actually get, and I want to say this in the right way, to get confident enough to loosen up like this. And I'm still going to go back on this side and hit it with like a heavier black and here with a bigger brush. But it's kind of weird that, you know, to for me to get this loose, I have to go through a whole process of doing that drawing, the other drawings and getting comfortable with it. Just to be able to let myself be a little more free with what I'm doing.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's it's something at first you're not warmed up, and then you're still a little stiff, or you still you know can't let go too much, and then suddenly you it's almost it's almost like feeling rushed, but I don't feel rushed because this is going to take as long as it takes. But it's an interesting it's kind of interesting to me because I've always had this I love art that's loose and a little more fluid than mine. Uh, but I've always had a hard time getting there.
Jerome says John is spamming sketches today. Now, did he ever hear your request about the?
I don't know. Jerome, did you ever hear? I was kind of following up on the spider.
Reference?
Yeah, the reference. If you have a particular, I know you described it to me, but if you have a particular issue or scene that kind of made you want to go in that direction with the Miles Morales Gwen, where they're kind of in that romantic pose, but shoot me shoot me what you saw if you can get a scan of it or a screen grab online. It'll be a little bit of time, of course, before I start on yours because I do have a backlog, which I hope you understand. Um, and I'll tell you what, that Azrael Batman is going to take a while. That thing's a bear. But we're going to get there, and I just want to make sure I'm headed in the right direction. So, if, like I said, if there was a particular sequence that you saw, because I'll probably ask you more questions before I get to it, but you can kind of help visualize it for me in a sense that with like I said, a screen grab or something of the actual book or pose, or maybe a couple of pictures just to kind of let me understand a little better of what you're trying to help me achieve for you. That would be helpful. I think Ron found that they did have like a meeting in, was it Gwen's book or one of my another spider book? I can't remember now what you had said, but I know we could find it again if we just Google it.
I already left it up.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, we could find it again, but I would like to know if Jerome has the exact, whatever that moment was that that he had referenced. think that's going to do it.
That is the end of Hawkeye.
I believe so. Just want to tighten that up a little bit. And if I can, there we go. All right. Now, see, this is, to me, this is how I like them kind of fading off the page or the paper, you know. It's a little more artistic. In certain ways, and it's, you know, I inked it a little more painterly than some of the other ones.
So, oh, it's a good piece.
Yeah, no, I'm actually happy with it, and that's why I said I like to get to this point, but it takes time. You know, it's like I wish I could sit down and just go like, okay, you know, I'm there, but it doesn't work that way. You have to kind of work into it. And the only time that I might get into this way is when I'm really rushed at a show and have to go fast. It forces me, and I usually like the results a lot. So it's like, you know, just maybe the pressure of the convention ending and I got to get stuff done forces me to suddenly lose inhibition and get it done. And, you know, for all intent purposes, I think in some ways it, especially something like this, like a quick sketch, it gives it a lot of character. Not that I don't like the ones that I did earlier. It's just I wish I could do like this on every one. I didn't even time myself, so I don't know if it actually speeds me up. I don't think it took me any longer. I don't think it took me any less. I just think it's more of the result that I like in a quick sketch.
Well, Bullethead says very cool. Thanks for staying up late.
Hey, no problem, man. I'm glad for the turnout. Very happy that the response was good. And we'll have to do it again. If I can find another time, which I'm sure I probably will somewhere down the road. Just I'll post again on Twitter and Facebook, and maybe you'll have another character or two that you'd like done. And in the meantime, be sure to check out my daily live draw show. Mockingbird next month. Now that I will need reference on, because I'm not sure. Hey, thank you, Dr. Kaz, as usual. And I really, I hope that Spider-Man piece gets there to you tomorrow. I'm going to be checking on it myself, and let me know if you don't. And I will get to your Rocky, and I will get to Tater's Iron Man mop bucket. Shellhead. So I enjoyed it. Had a great time tonight, and thank you all again. Appreciate all the new subs, and on your way out, if you haven't already, thumbs up if you liked it, and we'll do this again sometime. I'm never really 100% sure because it's just like I said, I woke up this morning and decided I needed to do something, and I thought, well, let's try a quick head sketch. And as of course, as you can tell, mine are not the quickest. They take about an hour, and I wish I could get them down to 20 minutes to a half hour, but I don't know how some people do it. I just really don't. So anyway, I guess that's it. AG, thank you. You getting nervous with the split brush? Nah, I actually that's what I'm liking it to split so I can get this texture and this one, and I can get like let's just say 10 to 12 lines instead of one. And you have to kind of go at it with a big brush to do that. The smaller ones don't, you'll get a dry brush effect, but you won't get like individual kind of feathering type lines. So, all right. I'll say thanks again, and I better sign off because I'll be up in a few hours, and so will Ron. Right. Oh, I think I lost Ron. Oh, Ron cut out. Okay, he's like that. All right. Well, thank you, Bullet Heads, and thanks everybody else. I will talk to you all later. Ron, I will see you tomorrow. Send me a text when you're on your way, and we'll have some. We'll get something going on. All right. Sounds good. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your evening, night, morning, whatever time zone you're in. See you soon.